Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council. My name is Mayor Pro Tem Cecilia Taylor. Welcome to all the youth poets, parents, caregivers, and families here with us tonight for the Menlo Park Youth Poetry Celebration. Thank you for joining us on this special occasion. Menlo Park's young people inspire us with their boundless energy and creative spirit. The youth of Menlo Park are our city's most precious asset. Tonight, we have the pleasure of recognizing all the youth poets in our community and hearing 4 of their original poems on the theme, If I Were a Book. To begin the presentation, I would like to introduce our Library Service Director, Sean Reinhardt.
Test 1, 2. Okay, great. This one's for the poets. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, everyone. As Mayor Pro Tem Taylor mentioned, this is a very special evening. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here. We're going to get right to it and have some of our winning poets come up and read their poems in just a minute. But first, I'd just like to thank a few people. First of all, I want to thank some of the library staff who were responsible for putting this event together. In particular, I want to recognize our teen librarian, Gina File. Where's Gina? Please give Gina a big round of applause. Standing next to her is our assistant library director, Nick Jagda. Many of you know Nick, done a great job. In the back there taking photos, our program specialist, John Weaver. Wave to the folks, John. And a few people in the back of the room, Ronnie Singh, Jennifer Wilkins, and Winnie Chan. Give them a round of applause. This is the library staff who put together the event. We were just astounded when we started this contest in partnership with the Menlo Park Library Foundation, who we're going to hear from in a minute. We thought we'd do this contest and we might get 50 or 60 poems. We actually received almost 200 entries in this contest, which is an amazing number. Give yourselves a round of applause. And let me tell you, I had the pleasure of reading every one of these poems, and they were all incredible. And they're just really mind-blowing and so heartfelt and so moving. It was actually a very challenging task for the judging panel to pick out winners and honorable mentions. Every poem is astounding, but we had to narrow it down. And so the last folks I want to thank before I bring up our foundation folks are the panelists who reviewed all of these poems. Here in the room is one of the panelists, Jackie Berger, who's from the MA English program at Notre Dame de Namur. Wave to folks, Jackie. She did a phenomenal service reading all those poems and judging them. Sitting next to her is a member of the Library Foundation Board who was also a judge. Betsy Hallaby is here. Thank you, Betsy. I don't think she's here this evening. Our former library commissioner and a reading specialist at Oak Knoll School, Jackie Sebrian, was another one of our panelists. Let's applaud her in absentia. They sat in the room for hours reading all these poems. And then finally, I'm not sure if she's here, our 4th panelist is the San Mateo County Poet Laureate, Eileen Casanetto. Is Eileen here this evening? Let's give her a round of applause for the TV cameras. Thank you, Eileen, for all the help you gave us. So without further ado, thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who entered. I'd like to introduce the president of the Menlo Park Library Foundation, Elise Stein.
So hello, as he said, my name is Elise Stein. I'm here to represent the Menlo Park Library Foundation. We tend to be the fundraising arm of the library, and I want to introduce a couple of the other board members. Betsy Hallaby, you've already met. She is one of the judges, and to her left is Lynn Favicini, who is our treasurer. So I want to talk for a minute about this wonderful contest, which we were very proud to co-sponsor. It really shines a light on the high levels of literacy and creativity of our young people, and really focuses on their self-expression, which really blew me away when I read all the poems that I could get my hands on. It was really terrific. So I want to thank each and every one of the poets for their contributions. And if they wouldn't mind, if the poets would just stand up for a minute. Yes. All right, take your seats. Thank you again for those contributions, each and every one of you. We want to wish you the best of luck, and we hope that you will continue to write poetry for the rest of your days. So now, thank you. So for now, I'm going to ask Cecilia Taylor, our pro tem mayor, to come and join me at the podium. Stand with you? Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Okay, our first presentation for their poem is going to be Amelia Hansen.
If I were a book. If I were a book, I would have hilarious adventures. I would have superhero dreams. I could swim in beautiful seas. I could fly over gigantic green trees. I could walk in a castle where you need lots of keys. I could be aboard a pirate ship with my friend named Pufferson Heavenly Fleas. I could see humongous waves, which make me look brave. I could see bats who live in dark, dark caves, who also look brave. Why not have you look at a monster band, or have you read about crabs who like to live in sand? Maybe learn about mermaids who dive around secret lands, or funny people who like to dance, and learn how to prance. Maybe a handstand in France. I would love to see all different types of faces and the eyes of different races. I would like to see the faces of delight or having a great fright, but I mostly love to see faces cry when they say to me, that book, bye-bye.
Pleasure to present you with this award from the Library Foundation. Congratulations on your win.
Amelia, please join us. We'll take a quick photograph of you with your prize.
Stand here and look tall, Amelia.
Let's hear it for Amelia.
Our next poet will be Sophia Gamini.
So I'm not embarrassed to say I did make a couple of mistakes on my poem. Okay. My cursed page is turned, dancing, spinning in a dim candlelight. My worn-out page is ripped, burned, and broken, waiting to be tended. My words, some may call magical, whispering of the future, beholding the past. My words dance with glee, for there is still happiness inside of me. I have been read millions of times, hearing the whisper of their words, like silk being thrown into air, going in all sorts of directions, dancing as it falls into the empty air. Each person reads delicately, like they're frightened if they read any different, I will rip into a million different pieces, and can never be mended again. But they do not know if that is to happen, my words still live on, floating in air like dust, still whispering words of wisdom. If you listen so softly, you might hear me. The candlelight flickers, giving a warning of burning out soon. burning away, melting, like my old worn-out pages will too soon. Nobody will ever know the secrets that I carry. They will never know, unless they listen.
Sophia, it's my great pleasure to present you with this award from the Library Foundation. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Right here, we'll have a picture. Hold your... Yes, there we go.
Our next poet is Jamie Zhao.
Grade 8.
Speak right into the microphone.
If I were a book, we'd all like to inspire odes and others chronicles. Some would hope for novels or a romanticized retelling of a life they've never even seen. A visceral string of 12 summers. The 13th is when you see reality for what it is. But if each of us got only a couplet, what would it illustrate? Impulsive bloodlines, what's supposed to be the golden girl? Mediocre at best, could have bought my merits, but I choose to write my own chapters. Hopeful youth, solitary dreamer, I did as I was told, a product of society. How will the world remember me? It's for you to choose.
Jamie, it's my pleasure to present you with this award. Congratulations from the Library Foundation.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. The last person is grand prize.
Our last poet is the grand prize winner, and it's Cheyenne Robinson.
If I were a book, I wouldn't invite you in just yet. I fear that if I let you in, you may hurt me in an instance. If I were a book, my main character would struggle with trusting people because people started breaking her trust at an early age. If I were a book, I would fear that if I were to trust you, you would simply walk out of my life, so instead I keep the pages closed. If I were a book, I would tell you about family separation, about a mother leaving her family and her children not knowing why. If I were a book, I would tell you about my older sister having to surrender her childhood because she had to take care of me. If I were a book, I would empathize with someone who may feel alone and worthless because I know how that feels. If I were a book, I would tell you about feeling alone, about a cloudy mindset making it impossible to think straight as dark thoughts build up. If I were a book, I would struggle with capturing a happy memory because it is elusive, disappearing before I can write it. If I were a book, I would tell you about multiple deaths and a child who blames herself for the death of her grandma, uncle, and cousins. If I were a book, I would tell you about not wanting to go to school, not wanting to have friends, blocking myself from the world because being alone allowed me to hide my sadness. If I were a book, my tattered pages would resist being straightened. No, I do not want to go to a shrink. Oh, wow, it's falling. No, I would not want to go to a shrink. No, I'm not going through a phase. No, I'm not too young to feel this pain. If I were a book, I would tell you about being bullied because I did not look like the other girls or because I chose to follow the rules. If I were a book, I would tell you about being bullied because I was black and called ugly or that my hair did not flow like white or Latina girls. If I were a book, I would fade away, like my depression.
That was magnificent, very impressive. It's my great pleasure to present you first with this award for winning in the category. And second, the grand prize winner gets this iPad. Congratulations again. Well done.
Okay, and at this time, we would like to call back up the other 3 winners and all 11 of the honorable mentions for one group photo. So if all the winners and honorable mentions could please come forward. We'd just like to take one quick photo with all of you, please. And let's hear it for them. They all did an amazing job. Yeah, just line up right here. We'll get a few photos. Parents, feel free to take some pictures with your iPhones, etc. It's like the paparazzi out there. Got a couple more here, it looks like. Hope they're all coming forward. This is good.
Everybody good? Oh, one more. Good?
All right, let's have one more round of applause for the winners and honorable mentions. And just one final sincere thank you to the Library Foundation, as well as to Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, Council Members Combs and Nash. I know Mayor Mueller's on the phone, and Councilmember Carlton. Let's give a round of applause to the City Council for hosting this event. Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we are going to take one big group picture, everybody, right outside. So if you could please, we'd all like to reconvene just outside the chamber so we can take a big group picture. Thank you very much.
My name is Cecilia Taylor. I'm Mayor Pro Tem, and I'd like to do an introduction. To my left is our City Attorney, Mr. William McClure, and then our City Manager, Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson. To my right, my immediate right is Councilmember Betsy Nash, and to my farther right is Councilmember Drew Combs. And on the phone, we have the Mayor, Ray Mueller. Hi, Ray.
Hello.
And first, I'd like to start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you could all stand. So I have an announcement that we will be doing some reordering of what we are going to work on. And unfortunately, the Willow Village study session is not going to be first. We need to have Councilmember Carlton present, and her flight was delayed, and she will not be here until 7 p.m. And in the interest of the public's time, Councilmember Combs came back so that we can start the regular session items. And the first on the agenda is presentations and proclamations for National Bike Month. What else I'm supposed to say? Is there anyone here? Oh, where? Oh. Adina Levin? I presented to her, yes. I come down. Is Katie Baruzzi here?
Yeah, it was scheduled for 7, so I expected her to be present.
Thank you for being here. Well, we are saying that National Bike Month starts in May of 2019, whereas National Bike Month was established in 1956 to recognize the month of May as an annual recognition of bicycling as a convenient, fun, popular, and healthy form of transportation in the United States of America. And whereas the City of Menlo Park acknowledges that bicycling to work or school is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestions, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption. And whereas Bike to Work and Bike to School days have proven effective in promoting adults and children to bike and educating residents about the environmental importance of biking to work or school regularly. Whereas the City of Menlo Park encourages both its residents and visitors to bike to work or school in order to improve air quality and promote the health benefits of cycling. And whereas the City of Menlo Park Safe Routes to School program encourages children to bike and walk to school to develop lifelong skills and independence. And whereas the Bay Area will participate in the 8th annual National Bike to School Day on Wednesday, May 8th, 2019, and the 25th Annual Bike to Work Day event on Thursday, May 9th, 2019, partnering with local bicycle coalitions, corporate sponsors, public school districts, private schools, nonprofit agencies, and hundreds of volunteers in promoting the message that bicycling is fun, healthy, and environmentally viable form of transportation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Cecilia Taylor, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 8th, 2019 as Bike to School Day, and Thursday, May 9th, 2019 as Bike to Work Day in the City of Menlo Park.
And,
Would you like to say something?
so on behalf of the Menlo Park Complete Streets Commission, would accept this city's celebration and recognition of bicycle to work and to school day, and hope that everyone who has a bike will participate, and those who have not may consider if that is something that you would like to have in your future. Thank you. That's for you to keep.
Oops. We have one public comment. Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council and community members. On behalf of Parents for Safe Routes, I'm Jen Wallison, and I think it's great that there's a Bike Month proclamation. Thank you for doing that. I also think it's a great opportunity to share with you some data from the Office of Traffic Safety. This data is from 2016, and it's collision data that compares the city of Menlo Park to other cities of similar size. We are compared with cities that are 25,000 to 50,000 residents. We have the distinction of being first out of 94 for bicycle collisions, first out of 94 for bicycle collisions for people under the age of 15, and 18 out of 94 for pedestrian collisions for those over the age of 65. So while I think it's wonderful that the city is doing a proclamation about Bike Month, and that it's great that we have adopted certain policies about Vision Zero and Complete Streets, and we talk a lot about multimodal transportation, I think we need to put our money where our mouths are and really make a commitment to implementing the safest infrastructure we can at every opportunity that we have. We need to slow down the speed of traffic. We need to narrow roads and traffic calm. We need to separate different modes of transportation by building sidewalks, separated bike lanes, preferably buffered bike lanes, better yet protected bike lanes. We need to start with the safest option when we look to design a project. We don't want to start with the option that avoids the most change. We need to make sure that our bicycle and walking facilities are not just safe, but that they're inviting and comfortable for all ages and abilities. We have an opportunity coming up with the Middle Avenue project. There's going to be a undercrossing that's going to connect Burgess Park on all of Middle Avenue, potentially all the way to Hillview via Olive. It will not make sense if we create an underpassing tunnel and then we leave Middle Avenue not as safe as we can. So I would encourage you when that project comes before you of how to design the bike lanes on Middle Avenue to remember the bike proclamation that you just gave tonight, and to give the highest quality design to your implementation. I also want to tell you that in Seattle, after they implemented protected bike lanes, there was a 413% jump in usership. So I would encourage you to think bold on this topic, and thank you again.
Thank you, Jen. Andrew Boone.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Boone. I lived on Woodland Avenue for 8 years in East Palo Alto and relied then, as do I still now, since I moved to San Jose to be closer to work, on bicycling for transportation. Since this part of the world is just not easy to get anywhere without a bicycle. Walking I've often walked to downtown Palo Alto or even to here Menlo Park, but that's a 45-minute walk. So to give people more choices for transportation, we need to promote bicycling a lot more than we are. I mean, the conditions are really perfect for this. It's flat, the weather is beautiful, gorgeous. every day almost of the year. It's perfect for biking, except that people are afraid to do it because of the car traffic, and it's really disappointing that this city in particular has totally ignored El Camino Real as a place to improve conditions for bicycling, as a place to improve conditions for walking. It cuts right through the city. You have to cross it every day. It's in the way. It's a major barrier. You know, that actually isn't even the same about Palo Alto, because most of Palo Alto lies on one side of El Camino Real. So for this community, we're split in half, you know, just like my former community of East Palo Alto was, like, literally physically by a wall, Highway 101, into two pieces. Menlo Park is similarly split again by, in addition to that wall, by El Camino Real. And that's a fact it's just a fact of life. You don't want to walk and then wait 2 minutes to cross the street. You don't want to risk your life. People read in the newspaper that other people have died walking across El Camino Real. There have been more deaths in Atherton, but there have been deaths here in Menlo Park too. And year after year, this council doesn't do anything about it. And I'm tired of that. It's 2019. We're supposed to be reducing greenhouse gas emissions in order to save our species from extinction. That's another thing not being done, and you have to get rid of cars to do that, or at least reduce the number of cars driving by like 5%. You know, we're going nowhere. Stop living in the past where you think that you can just exploit the end of nature and all the fossil fuels and burn them up, and start preparing us for the future where we cannot use fossil fuels anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. Okay, we're going to move to the consent calendar. Does anyone want to pull an item? So can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar?
Mayor Mueller, can I have your vote by voice roll call?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Now that we have Councilmember Carlton and here, we are going to start the Willow Village study session. Thank you for your patience, and I just want you to know we've received a lot of cards, and we will have public comment at 2 minutes each. I hope that you all can be comfortable with that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
And one other piece of information is that Councilmember Combs is recused from the Willow Village study session.
My apologies for being late. I got trapped at Houston Airport that was having a thunder and lightning storm, and they wouldn't let the airplane leave.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. If you could we ask if there are questions about the information items at the end of the agenda tonight? Because if not, then we'll release those staff members. You can just tell us which items there might be questions on, and they can stay, but otherwise we'd let them leave.
Does anyone have any questions on the informational items? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so I don't know if it's
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. I'm Kyle Parada, Principal Planner in the Planning Division, and I will give the staff overview tonight for the Willow Village study session. Before I begin, I would like to just reiterate that this is a study session. No formal action will be taken. It's an opportunity for the City Council and members of the public to get reintroduced to the project, which went to the City Council for a study session last year, and so I'll go over that a little bit in my presentation as well. So just to get us started here with a brief agenda for my presentation as well as kind of the overview of the study session. Staff will give an update on the project and identify key discussion topics for the City Council, as well as project background and the review process to date, and then provide a little more overview of the proposed revised project, and then turn it over to the applicant for their presentation. Following the applicant's presentation, the City Council should ask clarifying questions of the applicant or staff, and then open it up to public comment. I would encourage the Council to hold off on any questions for staff until after the applicant gives their presentation as well, just so you can kind of comprehensively think about your questions and provide those to us as well at one time. Following public comment, the Council should discuss and provide direction on the key topics that were identified in the staff report by staff. I'll have those available as well after public comment in detail for the Council to look at on the screen. And so to get started with that, the key topics in general, just to kind of identify the main themes without the detailed questions which were in the staff report, we're looking for feedback on the overall site access and circulation for the proposed revised project, as well as the publicly accessible open space incorporated into the proposed project, the overall mix of land uses, the project phasing, and community amenities. And so if the Council could keep these in mind as I go through my presentation and the applicant goes through their presentation. And so to provide some background and context here, the project site is identified on this map as the proposed Willow Village. It's relatively adjacent to the West Campus and the East, or Classic Campus, as is often referred to. The site is located along the eastern side of Willow Road and just southeast of the West Campus. Generally bordered by the Menlo Business Park to the east, O'Brien Drive at the southeastern corner, and the SFPUC right away as well on the south, and then Dumbarton Quarter to the north. And additional context here is the Connect Menlo zoning map. So Connect Menlo was our general plan update for the land use and circulation elements of the city, and then identified zoning ordinance updates in the Bayfront area. And so the site here is identified by the map pin and identifies the two different zoning districts found on the site, the RMU, residential mixed use, and the O, office zoning district, both identified with the B, or bonus level development potential. So just a little additional context for the project site here. It's a existing 59-acre approximately site, includes 20 buildings right now, historically been used for R&D, warehousing, manufacturing, some offices as well. Facebook's currently located in 8 of the buildings, and they use it for office uses, some R&D, as well as dining facilities and a health center for their employees. For the project history up to date, we did receive the initial application for the Willow Village in July of 2017, utilizing the proposed master plan process that our zoning ordinance sets up. That will ultimately require a conditional development permit and development agreement to be acted upon by the City Council. And so I'll get into the land use entitlements at a high level at the end of the presentation. Following that, in early 2018, the applicant began their community outreach, and after completion of that outreach process, the city took the project forward to a study session to the Planning Commission and the City Council in February and March of 2018. Since then, the applicant has taken the feedback from the previous study session, refined the plan, and so tonight we're bringing back for a study session the revised submittal to provide that reintroduction of the plan to the Council. And so we received that application in February of 2019. Following that, the city and the applicant began bi-weekly meetings to further understand and refine the project, the overall parameters for it, and the analysis, initiating at a high level the environmental review, which we've just recently started. We are intending to bring forward a EIR scope at the next council meeting for the project as well. And through that process, the applicant has conducted additional outreach, which I believe they'll touch on in their presentation, and then tonight we're here at the study session. So this table here identifies the previously proposed project, as well as the revised project proposal in the first two columns, and then the net change, as well as the zoning ordinance maximum development potential. And so some key items to highlight here is that the previous proposal and the current project before the council for study session review tonight did not change the office gross floor area nor the dwelling units. Both of those stayed constant at 1.75 million square feet of office and 1,500 dwelling units. For the office gross floor area, I would note that that is a net increase of 750,000 square feet from the existing 1 million square feet that is on the site currently in terms of or general office, non-commercial retail or hotel uses. The proposed revised project does include an increase in commercial retail, approximately up to 200,000 square feet from the previous 126,500 square feet, as well as the removal of the visitor center and the replacement of that with a 10,000 square foot community center adjacent to the publicly accessible park that's in the revised project proposal. And additionally, the proposed project includes a potential increase of 50 hotel rooms, so from previously 200 proposed to 250 maximum. And so for context, this is the previous site plan. I won't talk about it in detail, but just wanted to share it with the council today for as we talk about the proposed revised site plan. There we go. And this is the proposed project site plan. And so at a high level, some of the key changes that were identified in the staff report that I'd like to highlight right now for the council and the public is that the one major change is the aggregation of the publicly accessible open space. So previously, in the previous site plan proposal, it was disaggregated throughout the site in multiple linear parks, and it's now aggregated into more of a publicly accessible park at the kind of southwestern corner and a town square in the northern middle portion of the site, as well as an additional dog park closer to O'Brien Drive, the intersection of the new proposed street with O'Brien Drive. The publicly accessible park at the corner is still subject to additional programming, and it's shown with both a passive and active recreation, and that'll be part of a broader community process to determine the overall programming for it. Additionally, there's been some modifications to the location of the commercial neighborhood serving retail locations throughout the site, specifically with regard to the location of the grocery store and the pharmacy. Some additional changes to highlight are the consolidation of the parking for the office campus into 2 garages versus 3, the removal of that Dumbarton visitor center at the corner that I mentioned, and then the additional community serving space adjacent to the 4-acre park, and the potential proposed grade separation for crossings between the project site and the west campus at Willow Road near the Dumbarton corridor. Some additional changes to the project is the phasing plan. So this slide here shows the revised phasing plan where it's been consolidated from 4 phases to 3 phases. The revised plan does modify the construction of the residential uses and the commercial, so it front loads the residential uses in the earlier phases, and the commercial neighborhood serving retail would come into phase 2 and most of it in phase 3 according to the proposed phasing plan. So just the identified project entitlements, it's anticipated that the proposed master plan would include a conditional development permit and development agreement per the zoning ordinance, but also would require a zoning map and general plan amendments, as well as lot reconfiguration for the parcelization on the site, a below market rate housing agreement, heritage tree removal permits, and ultimately environmental review in the form of an EIR and fiscal review in terms of a fiscal impact analysis for the project. And so once again, just to reiterate, as we continue to move forward to the applicant's presentation, the key topics here, once again, site access and circulation, public open space, the mix of uses, project phasing, and community amenities. And so that concludes the staff presentation. The applicant has a presentation as well, so we'll turn it over to their team, and then we can answer clarifying questions after that.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. My name is Mike Delmetti. I'm the president of Signature Development Group, and we're partnering with Facebook to present this to you today. So I want to thank Mayor Mueller, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, and members of the council for having us here, and we're really excited to be here. And also, thank you very much to staff. We've been working very productively with them for a couple of months. Thank you for your presentation. So a little bit of background. This has been a project that the city's been studying for a while. I think it was last year about this time where questions came up about the mixed-use aspects of things, and Facebook decided that they wanted to go and find a partner that had experience more with the mixed use. There's issues around schools and transportation and broader issues other than their typical office use. And so they did a search and they couldn't find anyone, so they found us, and we're here before you. Anyway, a little bit of background about our company. So we're a Bay Area-based privately owned builder, and we are a real estate developer for mixed-use projects. This is some projects. We're based in Oakland, across the bay, and I think hopefully what we've made a name for ourselves on are creating communities that are embraced by the surrounding communities at large. Oakland is different than Menlo Park, which is different than Santa Fe, which is different than San Jose. This here is a gathering at our Hive project. And I think what hopefully we try and do is create places where people can live and work and recreate. You've heard that before, but also this notion of placemaking. And by placemaking, places where people in the community can hang out, where there's economic empowerment, where there's local jobs, and where there's gathering and creating the sense of community via town squares or piazzas and other types of open space. And so our goal with the project here at Willow Village is to do the same. We've worked well with community groups, with environmental justice groups, social equity groups, faith-based organizations, labor, environmental groups, and some of our other projects. And so we've been seeking to do that and earn some support and respect. We're in the early stages of that here in Menlo Park and Bellhaven and East Palo Alto, and trying to become good neighbors with folks. So we're excited to be here. We've done a lot of good work with the team at Facebook and with some of the community, and we want to share some of that with you. So first, again, a little bit of background. Facebook's been in the community for about 8 years now, and it's about these notions of economic opportunity, education, housing, mobility, community building, and sustainability. Those are goals that we have for the project. It's goals that Facebook's taken to heart through their philanthropic endeavors and corporate and social responsibility. Part of the process here has been one of outreach to try and get opinions about what this project should look like. Facebook started with this in 2017 and 18, hosted a number of community meetings and discussed items that had to do with the development. Housing and affordability, educational opportunities, transportation issues, parks, open space and amenities, and retail services. And through these notions of hosting dozens of meetings with hundreds of people, they come up with a list of things and goals that should be included in this project. I think staff mentioned a little bit about the existing site. I thought I'd show you some pictures. These are all buildings built in the 40s and 50s and 60s. They're have seen better days. These aren't areas that are sustainable. These aren't areas that are resilient. They're not connected to the community, and this is something we want to change. Through the process of outreach, we basically came up with a list of things that the community brought up. They brought up notions of retail, that they're under retail, that they would love to have a grocery store and a pharmacy. They would like to have connections to Bellhaven so that the Bellhaven neighborhood could, in essence, be an extension, or this could be an extension of the Bellhaven neighborhood. Talked about full-service bank branches, housing opportunities, creating a place that they could be proud of here, parks and plazas, parking, public art, bicycle connectivity. And so you start to see the early forms of our ideas here, where on the lower left corner, more of a neighborhood uses, and on the upper right corners, the future office campus. Facebook needs to be able to grow. They love being in Menlo Park, and they'd like to be able to grow here. They also have plans that have been evolving over the last year or so to grow into different parts of the Bay Area. You've probably heard about San Francisco, Burlingame, Fremont, Mountain View, etc. But Menlo Park's their home, and they'd like to be able to continue to grow here. So this plan came from all of those community meetings and the great data that the Facebook folks had put together. And then we took that and started to sculpt a plan together. And since then, have been doing some of our own outreach. We've had over 100 meetings with folks in the neighborhood and with advocacy groups, environmental groups, social equity, environmental justice groups, and just neighbors of all kinds, anyone that's been interested. The goal here is to create a sense of community. It's very similar to Facebook's core mantras of connectivity. We want to do this on a physical level, such that this is a place that everyone wants to be able to hang out in. This is a look at a town square that is one of the bedrock principles of our project. As staff mentioned, the concept plans have been refined over the last year. The notion here now is that this is hopefully a beautiful new neighborhood that is an extension of Belhaven, and also happens to host a Facebook campus. So it's not something that are separate principles. We want this to be integrated in that regard. We've heard a lot of talk about the connectivity. We've heard a lot about transit and transportation. We've heard a lot about economic empowerment and opportunities for small businesses, for jobs, for job training, and we are embracing those. So through this process that we'll be undertaking with city staff and with outside experts, we're going to be bringing to bear some of those principles and putting them into the plan. Right now, there's about 3,500 folks that work on that roughly 1 million square feet. And we think we can do better in terms of getting people from point A to point B, and we think we can do better to make this a friendly place. So some of the principles include bike connectivity, grade separations on Willow so that we can get some of the trams and shuttles off the road to free up some of that capacity and get some of the bikes and pedestrians off the Willow and off the road into grade separations, and also to bring to bear notions of separated bike paths that earlier speakers spoke about. So you have a pointer here, but we've got bike paseos along the middle of a main street. We've got secondary bike paseos around the outside. We've got lots of different porosity in this plan so that folks can come in at different points on O'Brien, on Park, on Hamilton, and that should be able to alleviate some of the traffic on Willow because we'll be changing some of the queuing, and hopefully also there's a network effect of having folks living and working and playing in a certain place. So if we put a grocery store down here and other retail amenities, it should reduce some of that trip traffic of folks going cross town to get anything from a cup of sugar to any of their basic needs. This shows it in a little bit more fine grain detail. We've got bike connectivity, we've got certainly auto access, and we've got great pedestrian looks at this. We've got a main street here that will have protected bike lanes, and these aren't streets that are going to look like El Camino, former speakers looked at. These will be narrower streets that will be bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly streets, and we're going to take some of the trams and shuttles and put them through the southern street adjacent to the park so they can go into these Facebook transit centers where we can put cars and those bus trams and store them until they're needed. This is a look of a town square. So you can picture something like downtown Sonoma. It's a place where people like to go. It's a place where people can relax. Sometimes there's lively atmosphere, sometimes there's passive atmosphere, but it's a central part of that city and that district. And so these are a vision. You can see the textured paving and a place where, in essence, cars will feel uncomfortable. They'll go slower, and there'll be ample place for pedestrians and bikes. You can do food trucks, you can do various events, but this is Hamilton as it comes in, and this is that area around the town square where we can have various textured materials, again, where those cars will feel a little bit uncomfortable. At the top there, we have a future hotel, some other retail. In terms of retail, we really want to empower some of our local merchants and local businesses, be they downtown folks or Belhaven or East Palo Alto, because we think they know their customer base very well. That's we've been very successful in some of our other projects. The Hive project you saw earlier, 80% of those businesses are local businesses, and over 50% are owned by women or people of color. And they've resonated very, very well with the community at large because when people go there, they see goods and services that resonate with them. And those merchants and small businesses know their customers well. So these are some of the principles we'd like to bring into Willow Village. And earlier speakers were, because by coincidence it's Bike to Work Month, people had talked about what the streetscapes look like. This is a far cry from El Camino or some of the streets built in the 1950s, 1960s. This will be a slower place. This is the entrance to the project. Just to the left here, we could see retail uses where the gentleman in the hat is on the left. On the right, at the very front of the project, we'd like to put in a neighborhood market, a grocery store, and just past that, a pharmacy, and other uses that have been sorely lacking in this community. So we see this as a way to invigorate Belhaven and for Belhaven in turn to invigorate this. And also for East Palo Alto, and this to be a place where everyone can enjoy and everyone can frequent, Facebook employees and all the neighborhoods around. This shows a sample of, again, places. This is Main Street along here, and forgive council, you can't see this, but I'm just pointing along the street. So it's a narrower place for cars. And then we have dedicated bike lanes behind sheltered trees and protections, and other separate places for pedestrians. And then you have this retail. So we don't agree with this notion that retail is dead. We just think that retail needs to be dynamic and enlivened with foot traffic and activity, such that those merchants, whether they're selling food, or it's a barber shop, or it's a bakery, or it's an apparel shop, or any of those types of uses. We also like to be able to put in here various maker space, artisan workshops, and really enliven the whole community. As it relates to the campus itself, these are some notions of what the architecture might look like. Very light, airy, very California in that regard. So this is an artist iteration of the actual Facebook campus. We've got a lot of feedback on some of the ballparks and some of the parks proper. So we did aggregate some of the parks because we thought they'd be more usable than having a whole notion of separate parklets around the project. This can be a number of different uses. This happens to show a very active iteration of uses with different types of either soccer or baseball or softball fields present. It could just as easily be reimagined as large grassy areas or areas interrupted by trees or berms or bushes or whatnot to be more contemplative and passive. We're very open and view this to be a community-driven process. We also show tot lots or play areas and the upper reaches of that slide, and potentially a community center of some sort. Again, through our outreach, we've also heard people talk about the existing community centers in Belhaven, and we're happy to continue the dialogue. We do not want to compete with, we'd rather complement, and we want to be a part of the solution in making this a better place, not part of the problem. As it relates to phasing, this is still a work in progress too. I just want to encourage everyone to note that these are conceptual plans. These are not final plans. They'll have to undergo a very thorough and rigorous environmental review, staff review, community review, and ultimately planning commission and council review. So what we're trying to do is create a successful project here. And we have 3 phases. The blue phase is phase 1, and we tried to put combinations of uses from ones that would benefit the public outright, various amenities, to a certain amount of housing and a certain amount of office use. And so this phase 1 has the park on the lower left corner of that big 4-acre park, and then 4 buildings that contain housing, and in this case, some affordable housing and some market rate housing. The notion here is we can have some of the housing, affordable housing, in essence, as inclusionary throughout the project, and some of it potentially is dedicated so that it can access better tax credits and, in essence, go the extra mile with either the amount or depth of affordability that might be available. And then, obviously, some of the office. Phase 2 would have, the town square hopefully being created, more housing, again, affordable and market rate, and more of the office space. And then Phase 3 is yellow, which would be the balance of the retail, the hotel, the welcome center, and the grocery store. We've heard folks in the community talk about, either liking or disliking how the phasing goes. We're open to ideas. Our thought is we just want to make sure that the retail that is there has enough critical mass and support for it so that it makes it. As I mentioned earlier, retailers make it when they have enough customers, obviously, and the online world has changed, but we still find that retail can be not only viable but thrive with the right amount of foot traffic and activity, and that we want to make sure that we create an atmosphere that's conducive for that. And so I want to conclude by saying that, reiterating that, yes, we've had 100 meetings with over 200 stakeholders. We're ready, willing, and able to continue those efforts to reach out to the community at large. We've met with environmental activists. We've met with environmental justice activists, social equity activists, neighbors, and just interested citizens. So we'll continue to do that. Ultimately, we'd like to be back before you sometime next year. And hopefully we've earned the support of the community. But between now and then, we'll be working hard with the community and with city staff on a host of technical details. We'll be studying traffic. We'll be studying environmental conditions, soils conditions, air quality, all kinds of technical items that city staff will lead. And so this is really a conceptual look at the project, and we're here to listen to the community and to you as to any thoughts you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And just as a rule, we choose not to clap here at the City Council. So if you can rejoice in your heart, that would be wonderful. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. And we would start with public comment. And as a reminder, we are taking public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes to allow people enough time and also to allow enough dialogue at the dais. So our first public speaker is Ms. Ofa Ray.
Good evening. I am Ofa Ray, and good evening to the mayor, to the city council members. Again, I'm Ofa Ray from the Mount Olive Church, and on behalf of the Mount Olive Church, also we have the 8-unit apartment complex adjacent to our building. And I'm here to represent the staff of the unit project and also the Mount Olive Church. As the council has known before, we have supported the Facebook development from its onset 7 to 8 years ago. If you're at 605 Hamilton Avenue where we reside, Facebook moved into our community is our claim to fame, is what we like to say. So when we look out of our back and we see that large building, they have truly been good neighbors and supported the community and have outreached many times to get our input, not just as a big corporation moving in, but as true neighbors to us, and so we support them for that. And we also support the Willow Project. A couple of years ago when it was first introduced, and we realized that the project was has been changed, and we support that change. We support the plans that was demonstrated here tonight and the development plans that are going forward. And we look forward to the amenities that we will bring to the community, to the Menlo Park community as a whole, the retail services, the grocery stores, the pharmacies, the restaurant, and also the community park access. We look forward to that. So we're encouraging the council, as you're moving forward in your plans, to consider that, yes, the community, Menlo Park, will benefit as a whole for having this development, having access. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. The next speaker is Barry Hathaway.
Good morning, council members. Madam Mayor, my name is Barry Hathaway, and I'm the CEO of JobTrain, which is a nonprofit organization here in Menlo Park. Been here for a number of years that is helping people get jobs, get good jobs and good careers in the community here. Our interest in this project is really to understand where the economic opportunity is for residents. And we've had the good experience of working with Facebook for a number of years. We know that they have a commitment to this community and building the skills among residents for these great jobs. They've worked with us to make sure that our construction trades graduates go to work on their construction projects, for instance. So we know that Facebook has an intent and is putting reality behind that intent. And I've had the opportunity to meet and talk with Signature Development and have been impressed with their desire and their intent to make sure that the opportunity that's coming to us in this Willow Village, retail, hotel, hospitality, pharmacy, that when there are jobs created in these buildings, in these businesses, that they will work with organizations like JobTrain, not just JobTrain, but organizations like JobTrain, to make sure people are skilled up for these jobs and that they have access to these jobs. Employers want employees that live where they work, and employees want jobs that are where they live. So there's a terrific opportunity here. JobTrain was in support of Facebook years ago when they came into the community, and we're in support of this Willow Village idea as well, especially from the perspective of let's get the jobs that are created there in place for people who live here. Whether that's just helping them get ready for interviews and brushing up their resumes with the skills they already have, or developing whole new skill sets to make them qualify for these jobs. So I encourage you to support this project as it develops, and also to support it in a way that is really creating good jobs for people in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. Our next speaker is Pastor Ayres.
Good evening. I'm Pastor Arias from Eternal Life Church. We're on the corner of Willow and O'Brien Drive. I've been a pastor for 30 years in the community. I have seen the difficult times in our community, and to be able to see the coming of Facebook and their involvement in the community, it has been a very exciting blessing to our community. I'm here to support the project that is being built down the road in Willow Road. We're very excited to be able to hear the balance that is being brought to our community. I really encourage the city to support this project. Our community needs projects like this that can be very positive and very constructive. I also want to say that our community is being very blessed by the presence of Facebook and the job opportunities they have also brought to our community. I just wanted to show my support, and thank you for this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Our next speaker is Rachel Horst.
Hi, good evening, council members. I just want to speak on a couple of points on this very large project, so there's a lot to take in, obviously. The first that I'll start with, I should say I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I'm a housing commissioner, but I'm speaking for myself. Looking at the inclusionary requirement for this project and looking at the inclusion of 15% BMR units, the inclusionary requirement is there because that is our existing requirement in the city. But given the scope and the size of this project, we can afford to think bigger on this, and so I encourage you to do so. Unlike with other projects where they might not pencil out with anything more than a 15% inclusionary, that's most likely not the case here. The other thing to think about, not just in terms of the number of units, is the depth of affordability. So 30% AMI, 50% AMI, instead of all the units being 120% AMI or something in that range. So going for deeper affordability is another opportunity with a project of this size. So I'd encourage you to do that. And the other point, in viewing the green building standards, which I know exist in the current zoning ordinance, and they're quite robust, I noticed in the staff report that there is the option to purchase offsets. And so I just want to encourage you, again, with a project of this size, to take advantage of this opportunity to build all-electric, zero-carbon buildings, and perhaps not allow the purchase of offsets for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jules Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Jules Thomas, and I live in East Palo Alto. I am the founder and CEO of my own company, Onyx Village Connection. I am in high school, and I take college courses at Kenyatta College. And I want to pursue a career in tech and entrepreneurship. But I do not have the access to the resources to ensure my company grows and has the same pace and at the same trajectory as Facebook. You have the tools to level the playing field so as I grow, Onyx grows, and my community grows with Facebook. To represent the future, this process of community engagement has not represented my interest or my future at all. I do not see myself as a part of the ecosystem that will be created by approving this project in its current form. I employ staff and all of you to rethink the community benefit to ensure that I am a part of the fabric of East Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and local community forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Carter.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Carter, and I'm 24 years old. I grew up in East Palo Alto, served this community, went away to educate myself, and graduated from the University of San Diego, and returned home to work at Street Code Academy so that I could bridge the digital divide. A grocery store and a retail center and a community center that we do not own is an insult to my sacrifice and my passion for my community. You as a commission have the tools to write me and all the people I represent into the development agreement. We must have a comprehensive community benefit package that exceeds the notion that a grocery store is suitable for the future of EPA, Belhaven, Menlo Park, and our marginalized community members. In the development agreement, you must hold Facebook accountable for investing in local tech education to ensure that we are qualified to run the future tech companies of the world and tomorrow. I do not want to be left behind, and I do not want my community to be left behind. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Lyons.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Lyons. I live in East Palo Alto, and I'm the founder of Onyx Village Connection. Jules Lyons Thomas is my son, and I represent the mothers, the grandmothers, the rich past of our community. I remember when Belhaven and EPA were one. The growth of the tech industry is not bad. The growth of the tech industry without people like us of this community is intolerable. We need a comprehensive community benefit plan that addresses all aspects of the community growth in a way that allows the project to be successful and the people to be successful alongside. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Olatunde.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Cecilia, commissioners, council members. I came here in 1998. My name is Olatunde Shabomihin to attend Stanford University. Education since then has been very important to me, and I believe it's an equalizer. It's through education and passion that innovation truly helps community. And this current development provides a profitable future for Facebook, but it does not consider the impact that the growth of the campus will have on people that are not already part of the technology ecosystem. For the last 4 years, Our community has been tearing down obstacles that prevent people of color, people from this community, from being a part of the greatest ecosystem since the Industrial Revolution. The notion that Facebook can expand and continue to grow without a meaningful community benefit package shows a lack of responsibility on all of our parts. I'm grateful for Facebook, who has helped us tremendously over the years, but we can do better and we must do better. A grocery store is not enough. A park is not enough. The BMR 15% housing is not enough. The community amenities package should be looked at from a holistic impact on how the project affects not only Menlo Park, but also the surrounding areas. And if the community is thought through in an equitable and fair position, currently, the overwhelming technical gap between marginalized community and the future of the valley will be solved. We need substantial resources to support local education and to support to make sure the digital divide no longer exists across our world. A seed today will have a tremendous effect on tomorrow's outcome. And we harness the talent and house the folks that are fighting each day to do more with technology to serve and to grow community in positive ways. Please, commissioners, ensure that we have an equitable investment that is made in our community so we will not be left behind. I stand before you knowing that through a strategic policy, the work that we do in the community and a responsible partner like Facebook can stand as a testimony to the world of how a public-private partnership can truly address community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maricela Ramos. Ramos.
Good evening, Council member. My name is Maricela Ramos. Permanent affordable houses is an issue that I work for years. I care deeply about my community and its future to be here. Affordable houses is important, but so is the income gap that creates the need for affordable houses. I employ all of you to rethink the community engagement process to ensure that our voices are heard and accounted for as you plan for the future of Menlo Park, which has drastic impact on all the surrounding community, including our families in East Menlo Park. Do not create a cycle of poverty. Instead, create policies that will archive system change for the Latino residents for the next 50, 100, 150 years. You have the tools now to write my family and my community into the development agreement to ensure that we are not left behind. Thank you for the space.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Haley Crum.
Hello, Council. My name is Hallie Crum. I have a business, nonprofit, Retraining the Village. Retraining the Village houses an interim housing for people coming out of prison, people who are homeless, males. It's integral how every time someone wants to do something new, there's someone positive who's impacting the community, seems to live there. So I stand for the community. I stand that, yes, okay, Facebook, we understand you're there in your technology, but there's someone housed in this division that you want to reconstruct. There's an organization that's helping out families and children and little children and watching young kids about to become business owners and learning the technology for free. For free. That they're able to compete with children who have large incomes, able to send them to private schools, able to help these children who go and be in a library all day, all night of different ethnic backgrounds from different countries. How's their street code? I send my guys there who want to learn technology, who want to be a part of this whole Bay Area, Silicon Valley, be able to afford to live and buy right here. Please support the community. We're already running behind the whole technology. Let us be able to have a community that is going to be able to enrich and encourage those that are around. A lot of people in gentrification have had to leave. Their children who could have been lawyers, attorneys, presidents are now out in the Central Valley, don't have these opportunities that we have here. I support the community of East Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crum. Our next speaker is Twyla Cantrelli.
Good evening, council members. My name is Twyla Cantrell, 2 L's. And I am here as a mother and a wife. I am the wife of a disabled veteran who suffers severely from PTSD and has suffered 2 strokes in 6 months. I'm here because more than half of our income goes to paying rent, and we are on Section 8. You say there's going to be affordable housing, but really how affordable is it actually going to be? Am I going to be able to actually afford to be able to shop in that grocery store or get my prescriptions filled for my husband in that pharmacy? I don't know, but I know that I need to have some place affordable to lay my head for myself, my husband, and my 2 children. And if you can guarantee that that will be something that is truly, truly affordable for people in my circumstance, then I support the project. I support development and growth. I just don't support it when it doesn't benefit people like me, the little people in our communities. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Kevin Coleman.
Good evening. I want to quickly speak to what I saw in the presentation. I think there's 2 paths when you look at development. There's an intentionality, there is a sustainable, and there's an equitable way in which you approach development. And then there's also doing the bare minimum. What I saw and what I heard is essentially the bare minimum. I don't know if everyone in the crowd was as shocked as I was that a community says, we just want a grocery store. That's dang near like saying we just want water. So for me to hear that that's what the community is getting, to me is the bare minimum. So I encourage each and every one of you on the council and for the mayor, wherever he is, that we look at how do we sustain our communities, that we look at how do we create equitable opportunities for our communities. Because if a community is saying a banking option, a grocery store, I don't know about y'all, but that is the bare minimum we should be doing for our communities. So I implore you, as you look at traffic, as you look at environmental, as you look at studies of how the building will be crafted and created, as we look at the parks, how many trees, how much grass, and will it have a soccer field, will it have a basketball court? I think we should be more intentional about the people who live there, and they should be first and foremost in our mindset, in our thought process. Good evening.
Thank you. Remember, we clap with our hearts. Our next public speaker is Mr. Terry Booty.
Good evening. My name is Terry Booty. I'm the president and CEO of Urban Farmers, Inc. We are, too, a real estate development company. We pride ourselves in equitable development. My heart is a little bit torn because I understand progress is necessary. Enterprise is the foundation of our country. But you have not equipped the citizens and the residents to ask the right questions, to hold their large enterprise partner accountable in the correct way. First, you need to talk about equity. It's a scary word because when community understands what equity is, they understand their true value. And so that list of community goods and services changes drastically to who owns it? How long will it be here? Will I have a permanent place in the community that I call home, that I love? What will my grandchild be a part of this ecosystem? These are fundamental questions we ask ourselves as developers as we project out 5, 10, 15, 25 years in an operating pro forma. What does it look like? What is my return on my investment? So I say to you today, take a giant step back. Educate the people that voted. Allow them to understand the development process at the nuance base. Then they're able to come forth with community asks that are tangible, that are sustainable, that will allow them to be a part of the fabric of this environment forever. Education is the equalizer, and today we must educate our community. I thank you so much for your time, and I implore you to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Ms. Jen Wilson.
Good evening again, Council. Jen Wallison, Menlo Park resident. So Connect Menlo was striving for live, work, play. A year ago in February, I wrote an email to the Planning Commission titled Live, Work, Play, or Commute, Work, Commute. And today I'm thinking this is sounding a lot like work, displace, commute. There is so much office being proposed for this development. It looks like, from my best guess, 5,500 to 6,000 net new workers, around 10,000 in total. I'm not sure how many other workers are in the other Facebook buildings, including the leased Bohannon buildings, and how many service workers there are. Tons of people. Displacement. So we're proposing 1,500 units. That doesn't even come close to mitigating the new office, let alone addressing the huge deficit that's already in place with the current workers who are at Facebook. And all of these Facebook workers who are making great salaries put a ton of pressure on our local housing stock, which leads to displacement. And without the proper tenant protections, which came earlier and didn't really pass, that's really concerning. And then commute. Increased displacement then leads to people living further and further away from jobs, which means there's more traffic. Willow Road can't even handle its current capacity. So I beg of you, do not worsen the jobs housing imbalance. How can we even think of adding more housing when we're still in the hole, as we are with housing? This project is asking for a general plan amendment. You have leverage. You don't have to do what's being asked of you. Find out what would happen if you said no, or said less housing, or said only housing after the jobs housing imbalance was put back in balance. I'm also concerned about the process, the questions that are being asked, kind of guiding you to ask for little things and not looking at the big picture. This needs to go to Complete Streets. It needs to go to the Housing Commission. Slow down. They're talking about widening Willow Road. No buffer on Willow with the bike lanes. 13-foot lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Bailey.
Good evening, council members. My name is Diane Bailey. I'm director of Menlo Spark. We're a local community group aimed at a zero carbon and climate stable future for Menlo Park and the region. And I'm here in support of the project today, but with two requests. So I want to note that Facebook has been an excellent partner on sustainability, and I wanted to share a couple of examples. They have been an international leader on sustainability when it comes to water recycling, and have one of the best model projects on black water recycling that there is in North America, and that's exemplary. We've also worked with Facebook since 2015 on a project that brings solar clean energy to low-income families throughout Bellhaven and East Palo Alto, and over 50 homes have been fitted with clean solar panels for free to those families since we've started. And so I think that really demonstrates a commitment to clean energy and community. So on to my requests. Number one, we think it's really imperative that this project, if built, is zero carbon and free from any fossil fuel use on site, from the buildings. Menlo Spark has initiated a fossil-free buildings campaign throughout Silicon Valley to make sure that new developments do not continue the use of dirty and damaging and climate-polluting fossil fuels. And we think this is a great project to start with, although we're talking to every city about this issue. There are health and safety benefits as well as the climate benefits, and ultimately building all electric and zero carbon does save money. The bottom line is that we really can't afford additional carbon pollution in our community. And I also want to note what Ms. Horst brought up about the current zoning already requiring 100% renewable energy, which is great, but there is an allowance for use of offsets, and we would hope a project of this magnitude would not allow any use of offsets. My second request is any project of this magnitude take care to really listen carefully to the surrounding community and meet the community needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Matt Henry.
This Facebook Village is for Facebook employees. It's just a modified version of what Foxconn and Apple has done in China. They build factory towns. Facebook wants to construct its own factory town. District 1 is just too small for that. The impact would be devastating on top of the mess that it's already been created. As far as I'm concerned, Facebook and these developers have taken control of District 1, and the effect is starting to spread to other parts of this city. We're in a vicious cycle of jobs versus housing versus traffic versus development. I think this city should place a moratorium on all developments because there's 8 to 10 big projects in the pipeline, and this city just can't handle all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Our next speaker is Charles Smuck.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Charles Schmuck. I'm the founder of Peninsula College Fund, and I'm a Menlo Park resident. Peninsula College Fund provides college scholarships to first-generation minority local scholars in their senior year of high school, students from East Palo Alto, Ravenswood, East Menlo Park, and Menlo Park. These are 4-year scholarships. It was founded in 2005, and we have given 235 scholarships, and 94% of our scholars are either in college or graduated. I'm here in support of Facebook because Facebook has been a great partner to the Peninsula College Fund. From the first time that they gave funding to outside organizations in 2012, we have benefited on a yearly basis. 2 years ago, tied to an agreement with the city of Menlo Park, Facebook committed to 50 college scholarships over the next 10 years, and from students from the Bellhaven area. We've already done the first 10, all of which are in college now, and we're adding another 5 next month. Personally, I only wish that other local companies were as generous and committed to the local area as Facebook. We look at Facebook as a true partner and thank them for their support.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, Mayor on the phone, and staff. My name is Adina Levin. I am a Menlo Park resident. I'm on the Police Commission, speaking for myself. And I would like to build on some of the earlier comments, particularly as Jen Wollison was talking about the jobs housing issues, and where This development is proposed to have 1,500 homes and 9,000 new jobs. And it is my understanding, and would welcome if clarification was available, but that Facebook has already brought up to 15,000 jobs here in Menlo Park already. And our entire general plan had allowed for up to 5,500 new homes, a small fraction of which have been built. So jobs are going far ahead of homes. And as Ms. Wallison said, that is a displacement machine, because people who have high-paying jobs in Facebook can have a choice of where to live. We do not have tenant protection. And if we do not offer for people who want to live near where they work places to live, then we're going to have people outbidding our current residents and causing the displacement that so many people had mentioned. This is a policy question, so I would really urge City Council. I was on the General Plan Committee and had talked about wanting to see phasing and to have housing to complement the jobs. I think we can hold off on the office and have homes and services first, and also would welcome the opportunity from a Complete Streets perspective to review the plans, including concerns about not widening Willow Road, but having it treated as much as possible as part of our neighborhood to be used safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tiambe.
My name is Tiambe Jama, and I'm a teacher unpaid, so I have to share some things with you. The emperor's buck naked. The words that have been told to us through, I'm 72, so through all of these developments have been untruthful. So I'm asking you to look at the results and the outcomes of all of these companies that have come in, have pushed us out. And the people who have represented us have not fought for us to get the outcomes. So what a person asked, one of the news people asked Malcolm X, well, what do you people want? And he said, the same dang thing you want, okay? Affordable housing. Come on now. You know, we can do AMI this and AMI that. Housing where we can stay here. East Palo Alto, I want to give a shout out to the elders, the people that came here, black people that came here, worked in the kitchens, worked in the fields, came from the South. They fought for stabilized rents at least 4 times. It may have been 5, but 4 times. Elder homeowners fought to make sure that there is housing. Palo Alto people didn't do that year after year after year, 30 years now, okay? And people will come up here, the food that Pastor Baines eats don't fill my stomach. We have to look out for all people and be accountable for the outcomes and the results, not just the words that people have said. 2 minutes is way too small, but way. But okay, so we want the community benefit to be beneficial for us. We want capacity. We want things that will be here when Mark Zuckerberg dies and when I die, okay? For the people that we can live here. We need you to stand up, kahunas, chutzpah, ovaries, stand up and fight for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tiambe. Our next public speaker is Melissa Lucan.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Luke, and I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together Peninsula. We provide economic stability, health, and safety for low-income homeowners in the community. And I'm here to state on behalf of our agency that we have a great appreciation for Facebook's support. Over the past 2 years, we've had the good fortune to have secured financial and employee volunteer support from Facebook for our repair projects among low-income homeowners and community facilities in East Palo Alto and in the Belhaven neighborhood of Menlo Park. Specifically, Facebook has responded to a pressing concern in East Palo Alto community regarding the eviction and displacement of low-income families where properties were red tagged there 3 years ago. In providing funding to us to assist with this issue, we've partnered with the city and other community partners to create an ADU initiative that is not only legalizing for garage conversions in the community, but using that process to educate and help low-income homeowners better understand how to navigate the conversion process as well. We also, in addition, have had the ability to support 90 Facebook employees who participated in the 4th block build project in Menlo Park in East Palo Alto. And as part of the last event on Henderson and Chilco streets, the volunteers completed repairs for 3 low-income homeowners and a community facility. Prior to this effort, we were given the opportunity for a year to also spend additional funds for projects in East Palo Alto and Belhaven, where we'd had limited funding for repairs. We completed critical roof repairs, window replacements, and other big-ticket items that the homeowners wouldn't otherwise have been able to afford. Facebook support has enabled Rebuilding Together to repair homes and revitalize communities in Belhaven and in East Palo Alto. We appreciate their partnership in helping to rebuild lives and by ensuring that everyone in the community, that everyone has an opportunity to live in a safe and healthy home. And in addition to Facebook's support of neighbors with critical housing needs, Willow Village is a great opportunity to increase the supply and the affordability of housing in our community. It would help greatly in terms of in meaningful ways to the surrounding neighborhoods and positively impact people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Helen Walter. And Judy, do you have any? I know you probably have about 20 more cards, I'm going to guess. 16 more cards. So we are closing public comment. So if you want to speak, you have 2 minutes to submit your card to our city clerk. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me, and thanks for staff for your work. I'm Helen Walter with Committee for Green Foothills. Excuse me, my allergies have been bad. Committee for Green Foothills, we support open spaces up and down in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. Having looked at the Facebook proposal, we have some suggestions to improve this proposal. We recognize that it's within Menlo Park's criteria, but we do think there are some suggestions to make this this proposal stronger. Within the park, we recommend creating infrastructure within the park to deal with any flooding that you may have with coming sea level rise or other type of flooding from uplands. We recommend a natural playground with no plastic if the community decides to go with a playground. We also recommend to make sure that you have some passive recreation to allow for respite from the hustle and bustle of this area. In terms of the public plaza, we are concerned by the small size of the plaza. There are multiple parking spaces and 2 lanes of traffic around the plaza, which if you have small children is always challenging. We recommend slowing the traffic with 1 lane of traffic by turning it into a one-way and potentially even removing some of the parking from that area. We also are concerned about the community access for a POPO, privately owned, publicly accessible space. The city of San Francisco has many of these. They have large signs making sure that the public knows that the plaza is open to the public and the times it's open if the timing is an issue with the private property owner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Sarver.
Good evening, council, staff, presenters, and members of the public. I'm Alan Sarver. I am a trustee for the Sequoia Union High School District, which serves Menlo Park, Belhaven, East Palo Alto, with Menlo Atherton High School, with East Palo Alto Academy, and with the brand new Tide Academy that will be opening this August to be a career pathway school for this community, and primarily serving, preparing for computer science and technology career preparation. This project, we've heard the term project and community this evening, and Willow Village is being approached as a planned community, not just one more small project to address the growth going on in this region. And the amount of community engagement that has been going on and is clearly still ahead is helping to shape it in ways that are greatly beneficial. A great concern we have is that education must be considered an active part of the infrastructure to be included in this community development. We have developed those two small schools, East Palo Alto Academy and Tide Academy, within the past decade at a cost of over $30 million and over $60 million apiece to serve 400 students apiece. This project is likely to contribute over time 300 or so high school students, and the developer fees coming out of it would be approximately $2 million. And so we have been actively involved with the developers and Facebook discussing mitigations to help the school environment be able to serve this community going forward. We are continuing to do so. The conversations have been positive, and we would like the City Council to be sure that those discussions and positive outcomes are required as part of the development of this Willow Village. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nadine Rambing.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Rambo, and I'm the Executive Director of Epicenter Arts, a creative youth development organization in East Palo Alto, whose mission is to amplify the creative potential of every young person, regardless of race or zip code. I can speak from my experience working with the youth of need from EPA in Belhaven and Menlo Park that they are bright, talented, creative children. However, their ideas and innovations are not invested in as equally as those children living in other zip codes in the Bay Area. An investment of a grocery store as an amenity is not an equal investment in these communities. It is certainly not an investment in the thousands of children in the area. What needs to nurture and feed these children so that they thrive goes way beyond a grocery store. What will feed them is real resources that will help them become the designers, creatives, engineers, and leaders they were born to be. Real investment beyond a grocery store will help the youth of East Palo Alto and Belhaven compete for and get the jobs that Facebook is bringing to this area. This will help ensure that as Facebook thrives, the youth of these communities thrives. I challenge you to rethink the community benefit and to address the need for real investments in real resources and local creative development in the DA to show how both the tech and design industries and local communities of color can thrive equally, as our young people demand that we adults do a much better job than we have in addressing the challenges that threaten their God-given talents and ability to create new opportunities for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Baines?
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. I know that years ago Facebook made some missteps.
Can you pull your mic up, please?
Years ago, when Facebook first came in the community, they made some major missteps. That misstep was that they didn't listen to the community, and they thought that they can come in and do it their own way. I've since talked to many people in Facebook and got other community leaders involved and key stakeholders in both the communities of East Palo Alto and Menlo Park. And there's a young man who lives in East Palo Alto named Juan Salazar, I believe he's still here today, who I've learned to trust and believe what he said he's going to do because he knows our people. He is a person of color. Facebook, Google, and Stanford, they're not going anywhere. That's the reality. I work with the homeless. I worked with the marginalized. So I know that story inside and out. And what I don't stand for is gentrification. I brought this up with Facebook and Signature, and they said they are willing, and they not just only said they're not only willing to work on not having gentrification take place. They told me about the projects that they did in Oakland where they didn't have gentrification. And so that to me was a vote of confidence. The other things that I brought up to them was about businesses, that we wanted people of color to own businesses in this new Willow Village. And they said they are very open to that, that they've already created a model where that can happen. So when we talk about addressing systemic issues, particularly in marginalized communities of Belhaven and East Palo Alto, that has to be at the cornerstone of any type of plan. And I believe we have their ear. I believe, though, and I was impressed with Kyle and Kevin and all the ones that are here, that I believe those are some of the people that need to be at the table when we talk about moving any type of project forward. Thank you for that time.
Thank you, Pastor Baines. Our next speaker is Ernesto Reyes.
Good evening, council members. As part of the Menlo Park in Belhaven area community, I want to see more equitable solutions to the projects that has been proposed in our neighborhood. First of all, I would like the City Council to slow down and take their time on the decisions and approval for more construction and development in our areas, especially between Belhaven and East Palo Alto. Until we need to find out and have a better and more efficient venues of transportation and traffic problems related to the new developments between the two cities. Also, I will suggest to include Redwood City as well. For Belhaven area, let's take in consideration that in addition to the Willow Village campus, we will have more offices and residentials between the area of Constitution Drive, Jefferson Drive, Independence Drive, and Chilco. This is beside the two offices structures that are under construction. Plus, we need to put in consideration the new developments in East Palo Alto. Therefore, I see the need to have another highway that will connect directly to the Dumbarton Bridge, and this one should start from Oregon Expressway and Highway 101. This action will help minimize the congestions and air quality throughout our neighborhood. For the purpose of Willow Village, I would like to see more apartments besides the 1,500 proposed, with a minimum of 25% for low-income families, with more condominiums, more retail, and city amenities that the new community and the existing will need. Due to the precious value of the real estate in the peninsula at the Silicon Valley, I don't mind to see 5 to 8 story buildings high for the apartments and condominiums. I would like to see less auto parking spaces. These areas can be designated for more mixed-use areas. Instead, let's create more parking for bicycles, electrical scooters, etc., etc. I want to encourage people not to use their autos. Say that we need the City of Menlo Park to provide or find the way for more electrical public transportation to be provided at every 15 minutes in order to encourage people to use their buses. Also, I want to see 2 underpass connections on Willow Road between Belhaven and Willow Village. One can be placed on Hamilton Avenue and the second one nearby the Mid-Peninsula High School. I want to see more and well-designed 5 to 8 story high building apartments and condominiums with affordable housing at the downtown of Menlo Park with the proper electrical public transportation areas for electrical bicycles, scooters, etc. I understand that having more housing means more school for the city. Funding for this can be through can be through a parcel tax and impact fees for commercial and residential projects. The City Council needs to find a way to get the source to cover these needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker is Edgar Sanchez. Itza.
Unfortunately, Edgar Sanchez had to leave already, as well as the next speaker.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. So our next speaker is Richard Green.
Good evening. My name is Richard Green. I'm a resident of Menlo Park and Bellhaven neighborhood. As well, I'm a graduate
Pull your
of.
mic up. Thank you.
I'm a graduate of the pre-apprenticeship carpentry program at Job Train, and I'm now a union carpenter. So I'm looking forward to supporting the Willow Village project to provide employment for myself and others in the neighborhood. So therefore, we will be able to work in our neighborhood and contribute our earnings in the neighborhood as well. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Our next speaker is James Kendall. You could have taken the other spot.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is James Kendall. I'm a representative from Carpenters Local 217 here in San Mateo County. I'm speaking on behalf of approximately 38,000 carpenter men and women across Northern California, including Menlo Park residents. We are here in complete support of the Willow Village project. Both Facebook and Signature Development Group have been great partners with labor, having worked hard to make sure they put union men and women on their projects. Carpenters will earn a fair wage with medical and retirement benefits that allows workers and their families a chance to live in the communities they work in. This also means those wages will be reinvested back into the local economic community as they spend their earnings and tax dollars, which will help fund local schools and government. This comes with commitment to apprenticeship programs to guarantee we will continue to have a trained, skilled, and experienced workforce that is able to complete high-quality projects in a safe and timely manner. This provides opportunities not just for a job on this project, but a career path for many men and women who have or will go through our apprenticeship program. We also participate in the Helmets to Hard Hat program for our veterans returning from service. The carpenters on these projects take home more than a paycheck. They also take a sense of pride when they look back at a project and say, I built that. In closing, the carpenters support this project for the benefits it will provide to the community, including the much-needed housing and union job creation. We look forward to your support and swift approval when the project comes before you. Thank you for your time. And we also had the two additional speakers from the Bellhaven neighborhood in favor of the project that had to leave early, one of whom has to get up early tomorrow and commute to his current job site out of Menlo Park.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Brandine.
Good evening, Brandine, Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to take us back 28 years in Menlo Park's history to the advent or genesis of the development agreement. In November 1991, Menlo Park entered into its first development agreement for a 57-acre tract of land. The city determined that the development agreement would attract a large single corporate user to the property, providing greater opportunities for management, cohesive, attractive site design, and result in important economic benefits, both direct and indirect, to the city. That 57-acre tract was sold by Raycom and developed by Sun Microsystems as our corporate headquarters. Subsequently, in 2011, the 11-building campus was repurposed and modernized as Facebook's headquarters. The Facebook campus has expanded west, again on former Raycom property, creating a mix of new, innovative Frank Gehry architectural designs and repurposed structures as applicable. All of this has been accompanied by a stream of term sheets delivering to the city guaranteed annual revenue streams, public improvements, environmental commitments, and community benefits. How does history repeat itself, and how will this project, Willow Village, differ from the 1991 complex? Similarities, parcel size about the same. Both sites rely on a master plan for cohesive design, orderly land use. Economic benefits, both direct and indirect to the city, flow through development agreements. But there are differences. Willow Village is a collaborative design, delivering solutions to communicated neighborhood deficiencies. It is shared space, not a corporate environment, replacing obsolete single-use industrial warehouse complex with desired mixed-use development. It addresses housing, and it delivers community shared benefits, which include retail, restaurants, grocery, pharmacy, public parks, and open space. Facebook has demonstrated its corporate partnership through examples of responsible land use, environmental stewardship, architectural innovation, and investment. Willow Village is a community investment, a community opportunity, and a community win proposed by a corporate partner, Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cage Anderson. I hear Cage Anderson. Did we skip over Andrew? Oh, that's okay. I'll go back to Andrew.
Hi, I'm Cage Anderson. I am a freshman at Homestead High School in Cupertino, and I've been a student at Street Code Academy for around 3 weeks. I just want to say that being at Street Code has allowed me to do things that I never thought I would have been able to do before, and it has allowed me to grow and mature as a student and as someone who wants to work in a technological field in the future. Facebook does have some good ideas about placing this, I would say, town where we're at, but they should really take into accountability of the lower people that are there and just like really including all of us and kind of just like reach out to the lower voices. I also just want to say that don't just listen to me and what I had to say, but also listen to what everyone else has to say. Sorry for this kind of being short, but just, yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Boone.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Andrew Boone, and I do agree, and I was struck by some previous comments, speakers who said that a park and a grocery store is really nothing, the bare minimum to offer to the community of Belhaven and East Palo Alto and Menlo Park in exchange for giving Facebook entitlements to build office space for up to, or even maybe even more than 10,000 employees. 10,000 is a lot of highly paid workers, and we should get more than that. So don't lowball it again. I watched very closely. I came to almost every meeting of the Planning Commission and the advisory committees on the Facebook Phase 1 and gave a lot of input about what things that we think would be good items for Facebook to invest in. And the council sold us out. It was $10 million total ever for giving Facebook that Phase 1. Just ask for more money. You're new council members, and I think that one major reason a couple of previous council members were not reelected is exactly this. Just giving a giant developer almost exactly what they want and not really listening to the community and what we want out of the development. That's what happened in Facebook Phase 1 and Phase 2, so please do something different in Phase 3. A major problem with this project as proposed is only 1,500 housing units for those 10,000 highly paid workers. So you're adding to the jobs housing development imbalance and causing a lot more displacement than already has been caused by Facebook Phase 1 and Phase 2. Don't do that. Just require a lot more housing units. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carly Jones.
Hello, council members and the fellow audience. Thank you all for your time tonight. I'm coming to you as a teacher from Street Code Academy, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my students. I work with students who, can you hear me? All right, I work with students who, the youngest is at 3 years old, and the oldest maybe 10, 11 years old. My students, our students, they're hungry, and I mean that both metaphorically and literally. So, when I think about this idea of a grocery store, but the idea that my students are going to be able to walk outside of Street Code and afford to actually shop in that grocery store, it honestly breaks my heart. To think of the idea that they're going to walk by a village and retail stores where other people are sitting down enjoying meals and conversing when they're rushed to get home and finish their homework, and again, participate in a family where they're not even having the basic resources. That's also terribly sad and doesn't to me at all sound like inclusivity. But of course, we definitely want to grow our community. We definitely want to be a part of this development. We're just asking for a development that's inclusive and equitable to everyone who's in the community. Again, every night we have students who leave hungry, who aren't able to focus because they haven't had the proper nutrition that they need to be able to get the work done. And every single day we also have students who leave kicking and screaming and crying because they want to keep working, they want to keep learning, and they want to keep innovating. And that's exactly what we want to inspire. We want to have more students like Cage come and speak to you all and be a part of this conversation. I've heard a lot about community involvement as well, and I've been at Street Code for at least 6 months, and this is the first time I've even heard of a meeting to discuss these plans. So I just really want to urge that we can do better. Considering the resources that Facebook is equipped with, we can absolutely do more, and we can definitely do better to help include the entire community, not just the Facebook employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Nina Walk.
Hey. Hi. So, okay, tongue-tied. I agree with all the people who said the last council gave in when somebody dangled the shiny thing. This council has the chance to put a brake on this development and any other proposed development, especially on our side of town or of 101 or wherever you want to say the line is, and go back to the drawing board, and if it's allowed to proceed at all, it should only proceed if it benefits the people who are already here and want to stay here, the people who are already here and want to be able to make a living, not at those subcontract jobs where you get to be on the Facebook campus but you don't get any of the amenities. But I'm with all those young people who say Facebook should be doing something proactive to get them into the good tech jobs that Facebook provides. Also, what Facebook giveth, Facebook can taketh away, and I do not want to see Facebook providing what the city should be providing. I'm not comfortable with Facebook Park, Facebook Community Center that takes the burden off the city, but then, hey, Facebook is only a private company. I am not sure Facebook knows what it's doing. I've never been sure Facebook knew what it was doing as a business. It could self-destruct. The city has to be responsible for the city services, and the so-called amenities are indeed minimal and what everybody else said. Okay, 16 seconds. Somebody else take it away.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Pamela Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, and we really need to work on this. I don't think it'll come loose again. In addition to the comments that I made on CCIN, one of the things that I really think Facebook tries to be a good neighbor the best way they can, because they certainly have boots on the ground employees that listen to us and try and pass that information on as best they can. But it's an extraordinarily large company that at higher levels may not be able to hear what the needs are and what the common people are saying. And I'm one of those common people that, as you know, have lived in the neighborhood for multiple decades. One of the problems that I see about conversations is when the consultants get small groups of people together, and so that it's consultant driven, that there's a different kind of conversation that if you facilitated meetings which were just with residents, had no city staff, had no developers, had nobody from Facebook, so that they can have the kind of conversations on things that we're hearing tonight. Because I've heard so many more things that I wish I had have known before at any time I said, oh, I think future city is something that we need to consider. But of course, at that time, I didn't have any idea that it would only further exacerbate the job housing imbalance, and was not really considering us as people. But I would get my grocery store, and I would be able to walk to a pharmacy. And at my age, those things are important. But having the conversation with those that it affects without all of that outside influence, I think we'll be able to come back with a plan that will meet the needs of the community and also allow Facebook to maintain their massive number of staff with 150 square feet of space for each employee. And maybe in the meantime, they can figure out another place to put in the employees that they had intended to put over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ms. Cheryl Bims.
Only have 2 minutes, so I'm going to make it fast. Cheryl Bims, 18-year resident of Menlo Park. My husband and I share the distinction of also being Stanford alum, along with the TNT couple over there. But I do want to say one other distinction we share is that we live in Belhaven, and I challenge anyone in here. No community is impacted more by this development than Belhaven, period. You can talk later if you want. But I think the other key factor is to know that the Belhaven neighborhood has not been made whole in the development process in Menlo Park. The city has collected millions in tax revenue, transient occupancy taxes, all of your other development agreements, yet we still don't see basic infrastructure improvements. We don't see a lot of the things we've been asking for years. So to be clear, I do want to see some form of a Facebook village develop. We do need those basic services. Any normal person wants, quality basic services, high quality infrastructure and facilities, and high quality education. So with that, to be clear, the Belhaven community is not just asking for a grocery store. We want in our community a multi-story, state-of-the-art community center and library with a parking structure. So just to, make sure everybody else knows, we don't just sit around like, oh, what a grocery store. We find food, look at us. I mean, we know where to go. I spend more money in East Palo Alto. Somebody needs to thank me for all the tax revenue that you get from me. But I also want to say there's money and power are shifting right now. If you notice, Menlo Park now has district elections. So what's reflected on the dais is more representative of what's going on in our city. I encourage East Palo Alto residents to consider the same, because each one of your communities has some unique and specific needs, and you can be better represented. And I also want to say that we do know how to navigate. We know where some of the bones are buried in Menlo Park. And we do know how to take legal action, and I commend East Palo Alto because you have been treated better in this whole process than the residents of Belhaven, but believe you me, things are shifting and they're going to change. I hope you get what you want, but we will get what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment is closed, and at this time, we are going to take a 5-minute order, please. Don't make me bring out my gavel. Let's bring the meeting back to order, please. And if you'd like to continue talking, you can do that outside. Thank you. I also wanted to thank the staff and to the applicant for your presentation, and especially all of the public comments. I greatly appreciate it. At this time, we are going to start with the mayor with questions. Ray?
You know, I really don't have many questions because of the nature of the study session. I do have some comments to go ahead and make. So to those who spoke, I just want to thank you. I did hear you tonight, and the comments that you've made have made a strong impression on me. Speaking to the applicant, Mr. Gilmetti, I'm going to speak to you. Tonight's best described as some good news, and I think you'd agree some tough challenges, both old and new. I acknowledge that you're working hard and you have made progress from where we were the last time we saw you with some concerned stakeholders. But candidly, we heard tonight from quite a few neighbors in Menlo Park and East Palo Alto who still have concerns. And I think we'd all agree there's still work to be done. We certainly aren't there yet. While I appreciate the expressed commitment to transit, inclusionary housing, community amenities, and open space, and we're going to hold you to those commitments, we still have work to do. And I say we because that's the city of Menlo Park and Facebook and Signature together working in those areas. I very much want to look at what we can do to improve the amount of affordable housing available in the project and the jobs housing balance in the project. And I'd like to see how we can incorporate into the comments regarding community-owned businesses. I actually very much would like to see how we could incorporate that into the project as discussed by Pastor Baines. The comments regarding connectivity of the campus to Belhaven is key. I think we still have work to do there. You didn't bring it up, but Professor Sarver did so, and I appreciate the progress that you're making with the high school district. We still need to figure out the education component, though, not just for our high schoolers, but for our primary and middle-aged school children. I'd agree with Ms. Bailey. I'd like to push this project as close as we can to zero net carbon as is feasible. And candidly, to let you know, I'm really going to put the impetus on Signature to demonstrate why it isn't feasible if it's not. And that's something that we'll have to go through with staff. And finally, and I've already told you this in the past, I do expect labor agreements and local apprentice programs to be part of this project, and it sounds like today we heard from the Carpenters Union that that will be the case. I'm pleased by that, and the Carpenters are usually the folks we would hear from if it wasn't the case, so that's great to hear. So we have work to be done, but there is opportunity here. And I don't want that to be glossed over. It's just we're not yet where we need to be, but I think we can all get there together with hard work. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we'll give it to Councilmember Carlton.
So maybe I missed this, but what's up with the extra 50 hotel rooms? Is that somehow necessary in the design? Is it somehow necessary for finance? Does anyone know why there was a requirement for more hotel rooms than was originally?
So there's not a requirement here. That would be an applicant-driven change, so that may be a better question for the project sponsor in terms of the change from 200 to 250 in the proposed plan.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. We thought it would just lead to a more successful hotel, but again, this is a concept, so we're listening to comments. Is it too few, too many on all of these components?
Okay.
So we're open.
I was just wondering how that evolved. Now, I'm looking at my notes. I have not run the numbers. I usually do, but staff might have. But I guess it's, as I think about it, I am really concerned about the jobs housing balance. I'm not even convinced that if this was a standalone project, if this balanced out the houses for the jobs. And I know it's very complicated how the balance is developed as you put this forward, but I personally would like to see more houses. And as long as I'm saying what I'd like, I appreciate the 15%. I think that's great. There's this middle gap of teachers that I'm very, very worried about. And we have teachers in Belhaven who are having to drive long distances. And we want to take care of our teachers because I vehemently believe that education is so important and so important for this community. And if we can carve out somehow, so I was asking, want 50 extra hotel rooms? Great. You know, how are we going to figure this out? How are we going to I would love to find a way to make it pencil and to ship things around if it doesn't pencil so that we can bring in more housing above the 15, not taking into it, but in addition to the 15, housing for teachers. And some of the teachers might earn slightly more than what qualifies for BMR housing. And that's where you get the missing middle, where they still don't earn enough money to be living in the community, but they don't earn enough to qualify for BMR. And if we can work together, if we can address that and find a solution, I know that I and the community, because one thing I have heard consistently from the community is they also care a lot about education. And working together to make sure that we take care of those teachers, I think will go a long way. I was going to congratulate the gentleman that spoke earlier, but he and his mom left. You know, I love seeing young entrepreneurs in our community. I love seeing teenagers that have their own ideas and they're driving their own companies forward. I bend over backwards to help that. I think that's fantastic. And you were talking about a community center. And interestingly, I'm not saying the group that I was talking to would be the one, but there are groups like 42 University where they'll come in and they'll do a 2-year training and train you to be a computer software engineer and then help you with an incubator program or something to get you going. I don't want to prescribe exactly because we obviously the devil's in the details, but I would be delighted if we could take that concept, because I think what he said was perfect, and the woman that spoke about art and creativity, from what I think we've all seen, art and creativity and the digital world and computer and design, it all goes hand in hand. And if we can provide better training for people in the neighborhood so that we give them that leg up, so that they're getting jobs in Facebook that are really good, substantial design work, or you know, working in tech from the Belhaven community, that makes so much more sense. I would be so happy if we helped a big portion of the young people in Belhaven just be able to walk across to work in Facebook. And if we could find a way to find a place in that. Whether you talk about a community center, I would love to see an education center to be able to help people train, and then whether it's an incubator there or whether they go and start off doing internships with Facebook. I would really like to see us be able to use that area to make that a reality for people, because it's about education and then you got to find a job. So I'm just throwing it out there for that. I've been beating my head, it feels like, against a wall, talking about a grocery and a pharmacy for 6 years, and have been given every excuse in the book why it hasn't happened. So when I saw that, I was delighted. And I get, you know, Andrew Boone and different people's points. It's a good start. But thank God, finally, I cannot imagine how horrible it would be to have a sick child where you need to get to the pharmacy and you need to get that medication and you get stuck in Willows traffic. You know, these are critical things, being able to have a really good, decent grocery store and a pharmacy to be able to support every community. And so thank you for including that. Yes, you know, there will be other things. As Mayor Mueller said, we're not finished. But thank you for finally listening to the people of Menlo Park and putting in the pharmacy and the grocery store, because that is something that is sorely needed. And it's not everything, but it's definitely a critical aspect of what I've heard, for years from people in the community. A lot of the, just morbid curiosity, a lot of the buildings that are being replaced for this are currently businesses who may be providing taxes, sales tax, and other revenue for the city. Have we looked into what the opportunity cost in terms of what's moving out and what's coming in, and consider that at all as this moves forward?
So just to start answering that question, we're at a very preliminary phase in this process for this project. Tonight is a study session to reintroduce it. After this, we'll kind of continue to work through all the details of the analysis. We really haven't started that at this point, but the project would include a fiscal impact analysis as part of the overall set of analyses that we would do to bring forward to the Planning Commission, City Council for review. And so at a business level, that detail, we may not have that refined amount of information, but certainly would look at some of the existing economic, fiscal, kind of drivers at the site in relation to the proposed project.
So to my knowledge, we don't have a really big tax generator in that area, but it would be, as we do the fiscal analysis, it would be nice to know, just for background information on how that's changing. Thank you. And thank you, guys. And thanks everyone who's come and spoken and shared their ideas and their views for how to make this the best for Menlo Park.
So I want to go up a little bit higher level, and I'm wondering if you can outline the entire approval process between now and occupancy, and sort of what are the major events, what are critical decisions, and sort of what are one-way doors where once we go through that, we've made a commitment.
So I can probably identify a few major milestones. Ultimately, we will, as part of the process development for the overall review process for the project, identify a more detailed schedule, of course, with more meeting dates and milestones. But ultimately, one of the next steps will be to identify an EIR consultant and begin the environmental impact report or the environmental review for the project. And during that process, there will be an EIR scoping session to identify what we're studying, and then ultimately that work will culminate in a draft EIR and some public hearings around that at the Planning Commission and potentially other commissions. And so that milestone is probably one of the major milestones in the overall entitlement process. Following that, you would see the final EIR and the certification hearings and entitlement public hearings. There's a number of steps in the middle that we would need to work out for what is the kind of appropriate time to bring info item study sessions to the proper commissions and council.
Can I just jump in? There's really no one-way door along the way. I mean, ultimately, there are discretionary approvals that will come to the city council at the end of the process. It's always helpful to an applicant to, if there's significant serious problems or concerns about what the project is, the definition of the project, the design, not the design, but the components of the project, the size of the project, the number of housing units versus the amount of office building, et cetera. It's important to try to communicate that kind of at the front end or along the way, because the EIR is going to study the project as it is defined that's contained in their application. And I think so part of this study session tonight is to hear if there are concerns about components of the project so that they can take that into account in their thinking about potentially modifying or changing the design or kind of the overall program or project. But even if you don't do that and they don't modify it, ultimately you can say no. I mean, it requires a development agreement. It requires certain things that are both legislative and discretionary actions. And so you're not compelled to approve the project at the end of the day. So
But isn't there, I'm not recalling what the acronym NOP stands
notice
for.
of preparation for the EIR.
There you go.
Yep.
Aren't there items that we need to put into the NOP in order for them to be studied? Otherwise, for example, sensitivity, if we want more of this or less of this and various...
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying is that giving feedback on what you see the project to be or what you want evaluated as part of the environmental impact report, the answer is yes. So for example...
At what point do we do that?
So that's the notice of preparation ultimately is going to come to the city council for, not the notice of preparation, the contract for the EIR, which includes kind of the definition of the project and what's going to be studied as part of the project, is going to come to the city council for approval. And so if at that point in time you felt, let me back it up. When the EIR is done, the scope of the EIR is established, it is going to evaluate a project that's defined. It's also going to look at alternatives to the project. And so part of what goes into the EIR is what are those alternatives that will be evaluated that might have a lesser environmental impact.
I guess, let me change my question slightly.
Yep.
One of the next steps is the May 14th City Council meeting agenda tentatively includes a consent item to authorize the scope and budget in the preparation of the EIR and the FIA. So at what point is there input into that process? Because if it's a consent item, then presumably it's just...
So I can take that question. So we've been working with a potential consultant to develop a scope right now. Certainly the scope can change throughout the process. What you're referencing with the notice of preparation is a very important milestone to identify the project description. We have worked with a potential consultant, and if they're to be accepted by the council next week, they would be the consultant for the project. But that scope does create some variance to allow for some flexibility. So we have kind of thought through the possibility of additional housing units. While it might study 1,500, it may also study up to a certain number that's decided in the EIR scoping process. And so we've added some flexibility in the scope to look at different variants of the project to make sure that it covers that kind of flexibility that may be needed. In terms of the ultimate analysis, that would be part of the EIR scoping session. Ultimately, the draft EIR would need to study those variants. So there is some flexibility during that 30-day scoping period after release of the NOP to identify comments about different aspects of the project that should be studied.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. So basically, once the consultant is chosen, then there's a 30-day period to decide to provide input?
Right, once we release the notice of preparation. So the contract and the consultant doesn't necessarily define exactly what will be studied. It does have a framework in it to understand the cost and budget and timeline for the study, but certainly there's some flexibility there.
So how does, one of the other things that the council is doing the 2-year study of the Connect Menlo process. How do these two dovetail?
So they relate one another. So Connect Menlo was the broad plan, and then within that identified different land uses within the Bayfront area, and certainly the proposed project areas within the land use area of change. And so if the council is considering broader policy changes, there could be different direction to staff of move the projects that we have on file, move them forward, or perhaps wait for further conversation on what to do with hotels, housing, non-commercial. So as of now, we're pursuing with the projects that we have on file.
This obviously folds into that. It seems that this is sort of putting the cart before the horse, in that we're not looking at the general plan and how things have changed and what we want to do, and we're now looking at a specific project that then adds to that.
Right. So as part of the conversation here tonight, there could be some conversation about what you might want to see out of the Connect Menlo plan, or some guidance to staff of let's,
so
take a step back on this if we want to focus on Connect Menlo. But as of now, we'll be returning back to Connect for an info item on Connect Menlo in 2 weeks to reiterate things that we've heard and provide some additional information, and then proceed with the additional information that we do not have yet gathered.
Okay. One of the big issues I believe we've all been discussing is the impact of these developments on specifically the community that they're situated in, and then Menlo Park as a whole, and even the surrounding communities and regionally. One of the things that I'm interested in is how many employees are in this Facebook village, Willow Village. I've heard the number 9,000. I've heard the number, anyway, how many employees are in Willow Village? And then also I'm interested in looking not just at Facebook, the Willow Village, but also Facebook more broadly, and also all the developments in the Bayside area and Menlo Park, and how all of that fits together, because as one of the, I believe it was Councilmember Carlton said, that looking at this individually looks very different than putting it in the whole big picture. So I guess I'm interested in how many employees are in the Willow Village section, how many are in Facebook generally. Sure. I don't know if you have these numbers.
So I do have some numbers. I will say that it shifts. It's not the same in any given month, but there's approximately 15,000 employees in Menlo Park, and that was in, I think, the city's fiscal analysis from last year as well. Of that, there's about 3,500 in Willow Village. And to your earlier point, or I think Councilmember Carlton's earlier point, most of that is Facebook. It's not, I think there's all but one non-Facebook business in the existing set of 20 plus or minus buildings. And so there's 3,500 employees in that area. A couple notes. One, as I stated earlier, Facebook also incorporated a broader vision of employment in the Bay Area with leases or purchases in San Francisco, Burlingame, Fremont, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and so on and so forth. So that's why it's hard to answer, some of those questions. Mm-hmm. But again, there's about 15 of that. About 3,500 are in Willow Village. Yeah. So hopefully that.
And how are you defining the employees in that situation? Who's included in that number?
I mean, it's Facebook employees in that number.
So people, what about contractors?
Well, that's people working.
What about contractors? What about service workers?
I believe that's people
vendors?
working in that area. But we will look. All of this stuff will be folded into the environmental impact report, because we'll need to be able to study this for traffic purposes, and so we'll get all those definitive. I'm giving approximate numbers at this point, and as the project description pointed out, I think the goal is to have somewhere around 9,000, 9,500 employees. So we've heard a lot of those numbers. It's 9,000 or 10,000. It's not new workers and employees. It's additional.
So net new is about 5,500.
6,000, somewhere in that range. And again, I'm giving you a range right now because we'll fold that in, and there'll be technical studies done that will be far more accurate. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to have to say, someone say, you lied to me. So it's just a range for purposes for this.
General. And yes. How, in the 1,500 units of housing, how many people are housed in there?
It's to be determined in terms of, 1, 2, 3 bedroom type, how many of each, but it's approximately, 1.5 per unit is a rough rule of thumb for that type of housing. It's not a single family home. So that's kind of an average rule of thumb based on other housing of that type. Sometimes there's 2 plus, sometimes there's 1, so it's an average.
So where I'm going with this is
yes.
My big concern is as other people have stated, the jobs housing imbalance.
Right.
And while I think that there is a significant jobs housing imbalance in Menlo Park and in the region, Facebook has definitely contributed to that. But just looking at Willow Village,
Yes.
it doesn't pencil out that we've got the jobs housing imbalance is exacerbated within Willow Village.
So this is a perfect opportunity, to your earlier comment, to provide input to staff and or applicant here. We're happy to study higher housing amounts. I mean, to be fair, a lot of the buildings at Facebook, took over occupied, like Sun Microsystems or Raychem, already had employee count, so these aren't all net new folks. But we totally get it. I've been a housing advocate my entire professional career, so I love that people are actually talking about jobs housing balance, because it's been a terrible problem that, I spent 25 years, beating my head against a wall saying we got to be able to create more housing. So thank you for bringing that up. It's a huge issue. And we intend to be part of the solution. I don't know very many companies in the Menlo Park, if any, and certainly very many around the Bay Area that are building any housing.
Yes, thank you.
And so we're definitely open. We're not open. We're definitely proposing the housing. We're definitely open to more housing. We're definitely open to more affordable housing or deeper affordable housing. So I can't commit one way or the other because we haven't studied in this, but these are the types of comments that are good for us to hear and for staff to hear, that we can work on it as we work on the project description and a series of what we call project alternatives or variants. So the EIR will cover several different things: higher density, lower density, more this, less that, et cetera, this type of transportation or transit, that type. And so we can look through those, and these are the types of comments we need to hear so that we can look through those.
Can you give any comments on the affordability range for the units that you're talking about?
Not yet, but I mean, right now, what in the initial proposal is 15%. It probably.
But I'm sorry,
Yes.
of that 15%, do you know? Have you had any discussions about what sort of affordability?
Yeah, we've had
that
some
would be?
discussions, but we don't have definitive. So obviously, there's various gradations of low or moderate low, very low, and then there's this missing middle workforce housing at various percentages. And so we're open to all of it. And we want to be part of the solution. We're not going to solve the Bay Area's housing jobs imbalance, but we hope to certainly not make it worse, and hopefully to make it better.
Just for the record, I'm, as well as being interested in the missing middle, very interested in the low and very low
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
affordability.
So just to follow up on that one comment, if it's rental housing under our BMR ordinance, it's required to be low income housing.
Okay.
It's not moderate unless it's for sale.
Oh, good. Thank you. And all of this is rental, is my understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm very interested in having commission's review, which it sounds like it's part of the process, but certainly the Complete Streets Commission, looking at the widening of Willow Road and the speed there, along with bike lanes with just a thin line. I'm concerned about the width of the sidewalks, and that we're doing minimum. In some areas, they look fabulous, and in other areas, their 5-foot sidewalks are being called out, which is narrow. Another concern is, so I would like to see a Housing Commission review of the housing, and also Parks and Rec review, which I think they have been doing, of the facilities and what's going on. One of the, this is way down the road, but eventually, with Willow Road right there, soccer fields are going to be a challenge, depending how if that were to be chosen for the area, with the impact of the traffic there. The proposed public square does seem really small. It's half an acre, I believe. And so if there's anything we can do to take some of the traffic lanes, as was mentioned by a prior speaker, that would be an area to look at. And then I think I have two more comments. One is, as Diane Bailey spoke of the 100% electric at Willow Village with 0 offsets, I think that is an excellent challenge to try and achieve that. And finally, I'm concerned about the issue of the flooding and the fact that the Willow Village will be raised 4 to 8 feet, if I read the document correctly. And just what is the effect on the surrounding neighborhood? Obviously, water would flow everywhere if one area is now 4 to 8 feet taller, especially 59 acres. That obviously puts more water everywhere else in a flood and deeper water everywhere else. And just, is there any mitigation that can be done there? Help the neighborhood. I have a number of comments, which I think I'll take offline if that makes sense, just about, on various pages, questions about just the square feet on the town square district, the residential shopping, and sort of where is, right now the town square district, as far as I know, is 25,000. Residential shopping's 85,000. That makes 110,000 square feet, and where the rest of the retail is. But we can also do this offline. Just, I have a number of questions similar to that.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy
good to get in.
to have a dialogue to clarify.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have probably about 50 questions, but I am going to keep it at about 25. My first question is, and I'll just ask the pink elephant in the room, and this would be for Bill, about some concerns about calling a moratorium on office development. How would that affect the applicant? Is there any legal ramifications to the city?
So council always has an option to adopt a moratorium. Moratorium requires a 4/5 vote of the city council, of the entire council, which means that if any member is absent or recused, then it requires a unanimous vote of the remaining members. Moratorium is as defined by the city council, so it sometimes applies to anything that has not yet been approved, sometimes it can be applied to any project that is already in the queue for a substantially complete application has been received might be exempted from a moratorium. So it really is up to the city council as to how that, if it wanted to adopt a moratorium, whether it would apply to this project and all other projects that may be in the queue, may be currently being processed or not. Essentially, a moratorium cannot last for more than 2 years, and it needs to be for a stated purpose. So if the stated purpose is to evaluate the total amount of permitted or allowed square footage of office within Connect Menlo or certain areas of the city or citywide, again, it really depends on how the council, what it was trying to accomplish, what it was trying to examine, and then what it would be studying and looking at during that moratorium as to, what's the purpose of the moratorium. But it can be applied to this, and there essentially is no liability for doing that as long as it is for that stated purpose. It's limited in time, and then the council then actually, takes steps to address whatever it is intended to address during that period.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is, with the Connect Menlo upzoning, which was supposed to be a broad plan, but it sounds more like a specific plan, you can build up to 100 housing units per acre. So if we build all housing on Willow Village, you can build up to 5,900 apartments, homes, residents.
So the maximum dwelling units, based on some preliminary analysis, is approximately 1,713 units, actually.
No, I mean, if the zoning on Willow Village, if we've been upzoned to put 100 units of housing per acre. We've been upzoned for that amount. So how many units could we put on, well, what's the maximum amount on Willow Village property? Do you want me to re-ask the question?
So just to clarify, so are you asking if the entire, so right now it's a mix of zoning districts, so it's mix of RMU, which is the residential mixed use, and office, which does not allow housing, and so what is being proposed is housing the 1,500 of the potential approximately 1,700 units of the acreage that's zoned RMU. But if you were to look at the whole of, like, if entire was the 59 acres was RMU, potentially could have at 100 dwellings to acre, which is the maximum, at the bonus density, the 5,900. However, that was not what was studied in the Connect Menlo EIR as the maximum residential housing.
And the zoning wouldn't allow it. So, I mean, the current zoning is limited to allowing residential on only the RMU amount of acreage.
So the maximum on what's already zoned for RMU is 1,700 units?
Approximately.
17 acres?
Yeah, approximately, correct.
Acres. Okay. Right. My next question, as far as thinking in terms of housing, with the BMR units that would be built, is that money, the applicant would be paying for the building of those units? Would that be the funding source, or would it be our BMR program?
So we have what's called an inclusionary ordinance, which means that they have to build that as part of the project. So if they build 1,500 units, then 15% of the 1,500 that they build have to be below market rate units.
Okay.
And if they're rental units, then they have to be restricted and affordable to people that qualify as low income.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I know that the funding source determines on who can have preference to it. So that means that it can have a neighborhood preference. And I'm actually should be asking you that question. So we would be able to have a neighborhood preference. Right now, it's an issue with the Mid-Penn properties because of the source of funding for building the units, that we can't do a neighborhood preference. We can do a city preference. So my question with the BMR units for this project, would we be able to have a neighborhood preference?
So the answer is yes, we can have a neighborhood preference as for the BMR units.
Okay.
And so if I also just may add on, so there is the BMR inclusionary requirement for the housing, but there's also a BMR requirement for the non-residential, so the commercial portion will also have a below market rate housing requirement.
Okay. And as far as the NOP, if that's what it's referred to, can we include studying homes for purchase, apartments for purchase, condos for purchase, not producing all rental? Some people do want to own their place of residence.
Yeah, so for the purpose of the notice of preparation and the EIR scoping session, the more important variable here is the number of units that we study, not so much the type of unit in terms of if it's for sale or rental, for purposes of the release of the NOP. More importantly, down the road, it'll be the sizing of the units that'll be important for kind of the generation of residents, population, who will live there, number of people living there. So the mix of studios through 4 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, whatever it ends up being, that mix will be important to know further down the analysis. But at this time, the rental versus ownership is not a concern.
Okay. Thank you. All right. My next question is about transportation. With the shuttle system, would that be open to the public, or is that only for Facebook employees? I don't know who to ask.
Yeah, so I can start, and then the applicant may want to clarify. But the Facebook transportation network is a employee-based transportation network, so those shuttles are for Facebook employees. The same with the trams that shuttle between the multiple campuses in the area.
So is it possible to have it open?
So the topic was brought up before, and ultimately that is an ask or a conversation with Facebook. I mean, in the past, their response was that no, they would not make the shuttles open. Whether or not that is something that they would consider, I mean, that's certainly something that there can be a conversation about.
Okay.
And you can ask them tonight if you want.
I want, is that a way to ask? Can you open the shuttles up to the public? Is that possible? Instead of saying I want?
I think that it's probably difficult to open up to the public and have shared because of safety and security and liability concerns. That being said, we're open to having discussions about broader transit and transportation nodes and needs. So again, this is good feedback for us to take back and look at.
Okay. I have, and you might as well come back, Mike, because this will be directed to you. This is more about the idea of a comprehensive community amenities plan. And I should have started it someplace else with this, but the idea of having a comprehensive plan, there has been on several occasions, this would be technically, in my count, this is actually the 4th project that Facebook is doing. I know you count Campus East, Classic Campus, Facebook Expansion Campus that has yet to be completed, and now the Willow Village. And so just looking at how many times the community members have come out to talk about the amenities, the community amenities, having a comprehensive plan to me that possibly could be adopted by the city, which would mean we update what we already have. But how likely is it that the community amenities, the comprehensive community amenities, could be built first? That would be phase 1.
So, I mean, it depends. We have yet to determine. We're literally, tonight is kind of the start of the process as to what those community amenities or community benefits are to get wrapped up into the development agreement and, again, these comprehensive benefits. So, if we said it's all in phase 1, it depends. The park, we've talked about some of the retail, we've talked about some of the transportation and transit, we've talked about pedestrian and bikes, we've talked about community empowerment and economic opportunities, jobs and job training. And help into the surrounding neighborhoods in terms of some of the institutions and community centers and things like that. So the answer is yes, we want to front load as much as possible, but we have to see how the community benefits shake out. A lot of great comments here about what those community benefits should be and how to grow it and get as much as possible in terms of those community benefits. And we want to be a partner of the community. So I can't give a blanket, yes, we could do everything in phase 1 because I don't know what will shake out yet. But obviously this is a point that, an encouragement to try and do more of it sooner, and we'll look at that.
Okay. I appreciate that response. And one of my biggest challenges on council is ensuring that reinvestment in the Belhaven neighborhood is visible. It's not just an idea. And so just looking at the community and the fact that they're asking for the same things they have for decades, and that is definitely not a burden on your shoulder. I believe it's on the burden of the city's shoulder. And so I want to make sure that it happens. Whatever is agreed upon actually happens. And rewinding a bit, I believe that all development agreements with the city should have an inclusionary policy around hiring, around housing, around education, around infrastructure, and definitely around transportation. So those elements are kind of scattered through the first 3 agreements with the city. But none of them are actually robust enough to where the community is benefited from it as a whole. They've been in pieces, silos. And I said this to you a few days ago. I met with Mike a few days ago to talk about the fact that it's hard for me to even look at the Willow Village project when I still see the impacts from the development that's still happening. And the fact is the Facebook expansion project isn't even completed, but yet there's another project in our face. And so it's really hard for me to even think about Willow Village because I'm thinking about what can I do from the dais to improve the quality of life for my community members. So don't take what I say personally.
I do.
It's just years of asking, years of promises, and then me trying to figure out the best way to bring things into fruition sooner than later. And so I appreciate your presence. So my questions will be now So how do we create a comprehensive community amenities plan that includes the visioning, it includes the Connect Menlo process? That's, to me, an amenity is not a city service. And so things that are city services, I believe, should be removed off the list and something that the city should actually do. And so I'm not sure how that can be done. You don't have to answer my question, but I'm putting it out there because it really bothers me.
Sure, and I think this is more for clarification. So as we had started this conversation during the Connect Menlo review, so community amenities was a list that was created during the Connect Menlo process, and it was a list that was adopted by the City Council and is something that can be changed by the City Council. And so if that's a process that we have the conversation of, is it a process of we use the list to move the projects that are on file forward, or is it a process where we reopen the list, have, greater community input, and then use that list to work from? Or is it sort of a hybrid? I think Councilmember Nash had some ideas of like, well, there's some things that I want to have a short list on and, keep those moving forward and having another process, parallel while we move forward. So I think some feedback on that would be helpful to have the conversation of what sort of community amenities we would like to include and work with the applicant.
I just want to make sure that this isn't a conversation a year from now. And I want to make sure that whatever is a city service is not on the amenities list. I don't consider education an amenity. Just certain things that I'm going to let you take it over. Thank you.
Well, I think it's, so the amenity list is actually the list that we've worked on together and that we've worked on with some of the residents of Belhaven. It needs a lot more fleshing out. It was just a first look at it that we, so I think, yes, we do need to look at the amenities list. The neighborhood associate, or the community needs to really take the lead on that with the city. So I have one other question that I just saw I have a question about how many housing units, yes, I'm sorry, hi Mike. I think it's, actually, I believe it's you. There's 1,500 housing units right now being proposed as part of Willow Village. On page 77, actually anyway, in the, it says the proposed project would include 1,500 housing units consistent with the previous proposal and the campus expansion development agreement requirement to design a minimum of 1,500 units. I've been getting various answers as to whether there's 1,500 units. This at Willow Village is the only 1,500 units that Facebook is building and has proposed for housing, and other people absolutely insist that no, there was 1,500 units in a prior agreement. And I know that there's also corporate housing that's been proposed at 1,500 units. So can someone clarify how many housing units Facebook has proposed, committed to?
Yeah, I think that's a question for me. So in the previous West Campus Expansion Project Development Agreement, Facebook did agree to design 1,500 units on the Willow Village campus. At the time, we called it Prologis Menlo Science and Technology Park, assuming, and that was only if the Connect Menlo General Plan Update was adopted by the council. And so essentially, the proposed project right now, identifying a design for 1,500 units, meets that development agreement obligation. So that is that 1,500 units from the campus expansion project that they have to design for a minimum of that amount at this site. That's ultimately a discussion for the council if 1,500 is the proper number, up or down. In terms of the campus housing, the Classic Campus or East Campus did have an overlay for campus housing as part of the general plan update. And that total number of units, I'll let Deanna jump in if she has a number handy.
Right, so that would be 1,500 as well, so I can see where the confusion. So that is part of, the corporate housing is something that is an overlay, as Kyle mentioned, just on the East Campus that would have some restrictions to it in terms of who could live there. And then certainly the number, I believe it's built in the 1,500 units as a maximum.
And what is the status of that corporate housing?
There's no proposal for corporate housing at this time.
But it is in the Connect Menlo.
It's in the zoning to allow it.
In the zoning, okay.
But there's no application on file for it.
Thank you.
I don't believe I said this last time in something that Mayor Pro Tem Taylor said just reminded me. You had the list of what got built first, second, or third. There might be logistical reasons how you came to that. Unless there's a reason that I'm unaware of, I would like to make sure that the amenities get built as soon as possible. The pharmacy, things like that go in as soon as possible. Because when I hear that's the third level, then I start getting very nervous, as you just said, that we've agreed, but then we don't see it for years. And we can take it offline and talk about it. I just wanted to throw it out there that I would like to revisit that to get as much of the housing and as much of the benefits for the community built as early as possible so that they don't get lost.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to what Councilmember Nash asked about what's the zoning for the Classic campus?
It's zoned office with campus housing overlay.
So that was the acronyms would be, that's RMU, is that?
It's O-CH.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, can you put one of the maps up, the map of the Prologis site, please? I wanted to find out about, I know that there are a couple of businesses in the back, if they will, if that was a part of the purchase, and I'm speaking specifically about UPS, the UPS business there, is that a part of the Prologis site or no? It's not?
I can take that question. So that's actually not part of the site. So if you look at the slide I have up now, the project site is kind of shaded in a blue, light blue. The UPS is just below the corridor label in Dumbarton Corridor. It's that building, so it's off. It's not in the project site.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if anyone had any follow-up questions. No. Okay. All right. So. All right. Well, I guess the study session is over. I'm not sure how to close the study session. If you're nodding yes, thank you, Kyle. Okay. We will keep moving forward on the agenda. And it looks like that we still need to offer public comment. And public comment, under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under the public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda items brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Judy, do we have any public comment? Well, public comment is closed. Is Drew Combs coming back, Councilmember Combs?
No, he's not.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is provide direction on the development of a local minimum wage ordinance. Oh, wait, we're going back to F1. Cecilia is out of order. F1 is where? Oh, there we go. Consider applicants and make an appointment to fill an unexpected vacancy on the Library Commission. Thank you. So we have two people that have applied for the Library Commission.
Yes.
And is the mayor still on the line?
I am.
And Judy, do we need to go through a nomination process?
Yes, please.
Do we have any nominations?
I would like.
I'll nominate.
Okay.
I was.
Sorry.
I think everybody started talking at once. Go ahead, Ray.
I'd like to nominate Christina Lemons.
I second.
I was going to nominate her too, so there we go.
All right.
Okay. Nomination period is closed. With that, by acclamation, can I have a vote for appointing Christina Lemons to the vacancy?
Aye.
Perfect.
Now we'll go to the next agenda item. And welcome back, Christina. Congratulations. All right. The next item on the agenda is the local minimum wage ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, Council. My name is Nick Pigueros. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and this evening staff is seeking direction from the Council on the preparation of a local minimum wage ordinance. So the City Council's currently adopted 2019-20 work plan had identified a number of projects for consideration this fiscal year. One of those items was to return with more detailed outline of pursuing and implementing a local minimum wage ordinance. Tonight we're seeking from the Council direction on three different points. The first is a confirmation to move forward with a local minimum wage ordinance. The second is a desired effective date for the ordinance. And the third would be if the Council desires a separate action outside of the local minimum wage ordinance for city personnel. Based on the Council's feedback this evening, we will return on June 4th with a revised work plan reflecting City Council's direction. So just by way of some background information, there are two minimum wages. One is set by the federal government and is currently at $7.25 an hour. In 2016, the state of California adopted a phased-in minimum wage that would eventually reach $15. The state law sets two different tiers for minimum wage. First, employers with 25 employees or less, and then the second with 26 or more. And you'll see the implementation schedule there. One of the items included in state law is once the minimum wage reaches $15, there are annual CPI adjustments, consumer price index adjustments, that would be considered and applied on an annual basis, capped at 3.5%. Local minimum wage ordinances are an option for city councils and local jurisdictions in the state of California. We currently have 27 cities, county agencies statewide that have enacted a local minimum wage ordinance. In San Mateo County, we have Belmont, Daly City, Redwood City, and San Mateo, with Daly City, I believe, being the most recent adoption. In Santa Clara County, Cupertino, Los Altos, Mountain View, Milpitas, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, and San Jose. Just for a point of reference, we looked at the number of local agencies in California that have a minimum wage at $15. As you can see, the vast majority of the 27 agencies had achieved a $15 minimum wage as of 2019. Most go into effect at the beginning of the year in January. However, some do go into effect at different points during the year. The one thing I would like to point out in this slide is that by 2023, all employers in the state of California will be at $15 per hour minimum wage. So the local minimum wage ordinance question is raised: who does it apply to? It would apply to most employers in the jurisdiction. There are some exceptions or exclusions. They can have local minimum wage ordinances can have, staff is not recommending, but can have exclusions for service sectors, nonprofits, governments. There can be a provision to provide a training wage. So this would be somebody who's perhaps fresh to the job market, who may not necessarily have all the skills but necessary to do the job, but for a training period they do receive a partial or a portion of the minimum wage. The local minimum wage does not apply to employees of the federal, state, county, or school districts. As identified by the good work prepared by the City of Redwood City on this particular topic, there are several considerations that require policy direction. The first and foremost in the staff report that was presented to council is the desire, or what level of public engagement does the council desire as we pursue a local minimum wage ordinance. The reason this is important is that there are vastly different time restrictions or time requirements. The more broad public engagement process, the longer it will take to implement a local minimum wage ordinance. Additionally, we need to set the dollar amount to increase the minimum wage too. So if it's $15 or some other number, when those increases go into effect, look at any exclusions or exemptions the City Council would like to provide. A significant piece here is ordinance enforcement. However, we are not a wage regulating organization by nature. We do not monitor payrolls for private employers, so we would need to look at the enforcement opportunities and challenges that might exist there. And then finally, some opportunities to expedite the process if the council is looking to impact change sooner. So just by way of example, the City of Redwood City will reach $15 minimum wage per hour on January 1 of 2020 with CPI adjustments annually subsequent. As part of the city's pursuit of the local minimum wage ordinance, the city held a study session in 2017 in September. The extensive outreach effort of about 1,000 hours to connect with businesses and residents resulted in final City Council adoption of the ordinance in April of 2018, and then went into effect January 1 of 2019. The fiscal impact in Redwood City, according to their most recent staff report, it was estimated at $500,000 of direct and indirect impact. That's broken into two pieces. The first estimate was $122,000 was the direct cost to raise the wage for employees who were making less than $15 an hour. And then the second was an indirect cost, which results from, as stated in the staff report, the upward cascade effect in relationships between hourly wages in employees who make less than 15 and those higher. To really provide a comprehensive view of this initiative, staff prepared a draft public engagement or draft work plan, which is included as attachment A to the staff report. The public engagement, with the work plan starts with developing a comprehensive public engagement plan. I think it's important to point out here that we would need to, we would best serve those who would be impacted by the local minimum wage ordinance to ensure that we do target populations other than English, that we do provide the information in multilingual. We have opportunity to do additional research, conduct a number of focus group meetings, which would be small group meetings to understand the concerns that these various groups may have relative to a local minimum wage ordinance. Throughout the process, we would do regular city council check-ins and request for direction or action, which may, sort of alter course based on feedback that we receive in the focus groups, and then we would propose one community meeting that would basically provide the city council's preferred ordinance, collect feedback, presumably through a high-touch approach here. We would have all of the stakeholders involved throughout the process, and there would be no surprises. However, if additional meetings are necessary, we would definitely recommend that those be conducted. One of the key elements in the draft work plan is our obligation to meet and confer with our labor groups. So wage is a item of mandatory meet and confer with organized labor, and so we would need to meet with them to discuss the impacts of the local minimum wage on their agreements. Just some data points. City employee wages, we have two classifications of city employees. We have regular employees, and these are our benefited employees working more than 20 hours per week and are covered predominantly by a collective bargaining agreement or labor contract. In 2018, we reported to the State Controller's Office 292 employees paid, and of those employees paid the lowest hourly pay rate, not what was actually paid, but the lowest possible pay rate for those 292 employees was $17.49. The question has been asked in the past. We only have 287 and a quarter authorized FTEs. How could we conceivably pay 292 employees? This reflects positions where you may have 2 city managers in 1 year, for example. So it's only 1 FTE, but when we report through to the state, we're reporting 2 individuals for that position. The second category of employees are our temporary employees. These are employees who are also represented by SEIU, currently under an expired contract. But we do honor the increases that are provided to the regular SEIU employees in the temporary employee category. Here we have 227 employees paid. The lowest hourly rate paid there was $12.22. When we looked at the weighted average, so we have temporary employees being paid a variety of ranges. The weighted average was about $21.20. Further analysis of that data shows that 53 of the temporary employees were paid less than $15 an hour, and those individuals worked in a range of hours from 3 hours in 2018 to 975 hours in 2018, and the average hours per employee for 2018 was 361. Our city labor agreements are an important consideration here. Our first and our largest group is SEIU, Service Employees International Union. We have 162 regular employees that are covered by this contract, and as I mentioned earlier, our temporary employees are also receive the reciprocal benefits that are negotiated substantially by SEIU for temporary employees. The last 2 raises and the next 2 raises are identified there. You'll see that we have agreements with SEIU that provide wage increases through July of 2020. Which is a CPI adjustment with a minimum of 2%, a maximum of 4%. And then you'll see the other AFSCME, which is our mid-management group, POA, which is our Police Officers Association. We are currently in negotiation with Police Sergeants Association, and we do not have a successor agreement in place. However, a provision in their current contract, which we do honor in the absence of a successor agreement, a provision in their current contract provides them with a minimum differential between sergeant and members in the POA. So if the POA increases 3%, there would be a adjustment to PSA to maintain the minimum differential provided for in their current labor agreement. And then finally, we have our unrepresented employees. These are your managers. And these employees do not receive annual cost of living adjustments. Their adjustments are based on merit. So there are no last two raises and no next two raises. Impact on city resources is a consideration here for council. The draft work plan attachment A identifies one-time costs both in staff hours and dollars, those hours translated to dollars, to develop the program, do the outreach, do the research necessary, annual maintenance, which would be providing the noticing, following up on any contract enforcement issues, or on any enforcement issues that can't be handled by a contractor. The city of Redwood City did contract their enforcement, and that could be an option for us. The estimate there is about $54,000. There are two areas that are noted in the report that are areas of additional costs that need to be studied, consistent with the city's past practice with labor agreements. First would be the upward cascade effect on represented employees. So we don't know for a fact that there is a relationship as there was in Redwood City. However, we would need to study that. And then secondarily, if there is a upward cascade on represented employees, there will be an impact on unfunded pension liabilities, and we would need to quantify that as well. So, I think this is, in summary, this is a slide of what we're seeking from council this evening. First is confirmation of your interest in a local minimum wage ordinance. The second would be a desired start date for the local minimum wage ordinance. There are two options. The first, which is recommended in the staff report, is a local minimum wage ordinance that would go into effect January 1 of 2021. This would provide for a robust public engagement process, as well as allow for in-depth research of the local minimum wage ordinance on for-profit, nonprofit, and government employers. The alternative would be to target a local minimum wage ordinance adoption or implementation on January 1 of 2020. This would be a significantly abbreviated public engagement process, would rely substantially on an ordinance that has already been adopted in another agency, and most importantly, and I have to emphasize this, would result in there would be no necessary additional research to whether it be outreach to businesses to hear their feedback on the proposal or anything along those lines. We simply don't have the time necessarily to do that. The reason I say that is that the outreach in the Redwood City example, they were able to get the ordinance approved in April to go into effect in January. There's a tremendous amount of work required to do the outreach to educate employers that they effective a date certain that they need to pay their employees a minimum wage. There's extensive outreach needed to inform and educate employees that they're entitled to a minimum wage that's different than what they see either on state posters or federal posters. So that education period is considerable, and we would shortchange, I think, the desired outcome if we held an extensive public engagement process which resulted in an ordinance getting approved, let's say, in September or October. And then the final direction we're asking council for this evening is whether the council desires a separate action for city personnel. As I mentioned earlier, that's a matter that is a meet and confer, and we would need to meet with council in closed session to discuss that. But that's the summary of the action we're seeking tonight, or the direction we're seeking tonight. And again, based on your feedback tonight, we will return on June 4th with an updated work plan to reflect your direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mayor Mueller, would you like to start with questions and comments?
I just have comments, and I can be quick. I actually do want to try to start sooner than later. We are one of the last jurisdictions to actually take action on this. We are not reinventing the wheel. I think that, and then Bill, I do have a question. If we go ahead and we move quickly and then start the outreach process, and something comes up which is just catches us all completely off guard and is catastrophic, we will still have time to amend before that goes into effect in January. Wouldn't that be right?
That's correct.
I'd like to start. Yeah.
Just one thing. We still have.
Go ahead.
We need to take public comment before the council makes too many comments.
I'm sorry about that. I will refrain from saying anything else.
Yeah.
That was my one question for you, Bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
The public comment was just submitted, Ray.
No worries.
We have 4? Oh, my. We have actually 4. I have to switch screens. Our first public comment is Andrew Boone.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Boone, and I'm very encouraged that this item has finally come to your agenda or to any public meeting in Menlo Park. That's something I've been asking for 2 years, that this city start discussing the minimum wage. So thank you. You're way behind, but it's better late than never. And I think I had heard from the staff that a January 1st, 2021 start date was envisioned or an option. I think that waiting 20 months from now to raise the minimum wage in Menlo Park, although it will be raised due to the state minimum wage being raised on January 1st, 2020, is far too long. You know, we're 2 years after the city should have taken action, and to wait another almost 2 years to take action is excessive. We know that raising the minimum wage does not cause any harmful impacts on businesses. We know that because Mountain View and Sunnyvale businesses are all required to pay $15.65 since January 1st of this year, because they raised their minimum wages to $15 on January 1st, 2018. So their minimum wages have risen according to the rate of inflation to $15.65. And January 1st, 2020, their minimum wages will rise again according to the rate of inflation, around another 50 or 60 cents to $16.25 or something like that. So Menlo Park's still talking about, like, can we pay people more than $12 or $13 an hour? You know, that just doesn't make sense. Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and almost all of the cities in Santa Clara County and many cities and elsewhere in the Bay Area and elsewhere in the country are proving that there is nothing but positive benefits from a higher minimum wage. There are no businesses that have gone out of business saying, I went out of business because of the minimum wage. No one has demonstrated that. 0 businesses in Mountain View, Sunnyvale, any of the other cities that the minimum wage is currently $15 per hour, and it has been $15 per hour for more than an entire year. So there isn't something that we need to have 10 outreach meetings with 10 different kind of businesses to ask them how this impacts them, because this doesn't impact them. They benefit from this. And the humanitarian crisis that you would be allowing to continue is far more egregious. People don't have enough food to eat because they're paid too little. People can't go to the doctor and they're sick. They can't, this just shocking the level of poverty that we're continuing to allow by pushing this off farther and farther into the future. And the other important thing is that I believe there should not be any exceptions written into the wage, say for nonprofit organizations. Everyone should have to pay $15 per hour, and that was the case for the ordinances adopted by our neighboring cities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Knack.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, and other honorable City Council members. My name is Bill Knack. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I'm here this evening to read a communication from Anand Singh, President of Hotel and Restaurant Workers Local 2. Unite Here Local 2 supports the efforts of the City of Menlo Park to raise its minimum wage ahead of the state's projected timeline. Our union is well aware of the importance of a living wage, and while $15 per hour is certainly not enough to survive on in the Bay Area in 2020, that is a strong argument for not letting wages slip anywhere below that threshold. We urge Council to back a plan that allows for passage of a minimum wage ordinance that brings wages to the proposed minimum of $15 an hour by 2020, and without exceptions or carve-outs for particular categories or employers. Regular increases tied to the Consumer Price Index are also essential if the proposed wage increases are to meet their intended goal. It is also critical to have robust and proactive enforcement if the increase is to be meaningful, especially for the most vulnerable workers. We will continue to follow the progress of this ordinance through our allies and look forward to seeing it passed. Sincerely, Anand Singh. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raina Lehman.
Good evening, council members, staff, and fellow Menlo Park residents. My name is Raina Lehman, and I'm here representing the San Mateo County Central Labor Council and United Way of the Bay Area, and I live here in Menlo Park. Last year, I implored the council to enact a minimum wage ordinance that raises the minimum wage in the city to $15 an hour by 2020 for all workers with no exceptions. I continue to support you in that effort, and I thank Mayor Mueller for making this a priority, and you as well. Literally, all our surrounding cities, Belmont, Palo Alto, Redwood City, Mountain View, Los Altos, Sunnyvale, Daly City, and recently South San Francisco, have enacted minimum wage ordinances, and many cities, as you've heard, have already reached that $15 an hour threshold. All of these cities have codified a consumer price index increase to avoid wage stagnation, as should we. All without detrimental side effects to the respective local economies. Rather, raising wages does stimulate the local economy. We spend our money where we live. We're lagging behind, and out of economic necessity, most businesses here in our city and in the area are already at or above $15 an hour. Bank of America raised its minimum wage to $20. Facebook went to $15 an hour years ago. In-N-Out Burger is offering $16.50. Our beloved Trader Joe's is offering $15 an hour. And Life Moves, one of our premier nonprofits in the city serving the whole county, is at $17 an hour to attract and retain a quality workforce, and also to align with the San Mateo County Living Wage Ordinance, which was enacted over 2 years ago. The research is done. The outcomes are clear. $15 an hour is $31,200 a year before taxes. Average rents in our city are pushing $45,000 a year, and they're rising. On the surface, with a median income of $132,000 a year, Menlo Park is an affluent city. Fully 20% of our families, and we've heard from a lot of them earlier this evening, are earning under $50,000 before taxes, and they're struggling. It would take 4 $15 an hour jobs to be fully self-sufficient in Menlo Park. So we support $15 by 2020. The sooner, the better. I cannot emphasize that enough. For all workers, codifying the CPI increases. We do need strong enforcement. We need a public information campaign, and we might want to consider a collective bargaining waiver. With all the talk tonight about community amenities, raising the wages for our workers is certainly part of the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor on the phone, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Azina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking for Menlo Together community group supporting housing affordability, transportation, environmental sustainability, and social equity. And it is on this last item that we would like to encourage the City Council to move forward with the minimum wage. And as a number of speakers have said beforehand, we are not leading on this issue, we are trailing on this issue. So in terms of a process, an expedited process that made use of all of the copious outreach that our neighboring communities have made over the years would be appropriate. I'm glad to hear that members of the labor community have said that, so that really bolsters that as a recommendation to take advantage of what other communities have learned and implement this as soon as possible to help people who are really struggling at the lowest wage level and needing money for basic necessities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Paula Machello.
Good evening. I come speaking on behalf of myself. I've been a labor organizer for 40 years. It's near and dear to my heart. I've also lived in and around Menlo Park my whole life, and I concur with all the previous speakers that we should do everything possible as soon as possible to raise the standard of living for the community, and I think it's also consistent with previous positions and policies of the city to mitigate against homelessness and help with housing. And clearly, $15. I've worked, as you can see by my T-shirt, I've supported the effort nationally to raise the wages of 24 million people, and certainly we should be doing it here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll bring it back to the dais. Mayor Mueller. Ray, did you still want to make?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was just trying to get my phone off mute. Where I was at in discussion was I was saying that I wanted to move much faster to try to go ahead and get implemented by year end. I think we can go ahead and amend if we discover something after we've enacted and before it goes into effect if there's an issue. I'm fine with that. I believe, has Palo Alto adopted a CPI increase? Question to staff.
Give me a second to look that up, and I will get that back here in a second.
All right. Well, basically, I'd like to basically just look at neighboring jurisdictions. I believe Belmont did, San Mateo did, Redwood City did. Just would like to check a couple of Santa Clara jurisdictions, but because they all are for uniformity, I'm not opposed to it in terms of increasing. It's just basic uniformity, and really we are, frankly, pretty far behind in terms of what's actually going on in business. That being said, I do have some concerns about some of our small businesses based on input we've heard from them. So I want to make sure that we engage them in this process and get to them between now and enactment. So, but yeah, I'm looking for a much shorter streamline.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
I agree that we should be raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour for everyone by 2020. I would actually like to challenge the city to do it earlier for city employees and see if we can do that maybe, anyway, earlier than 2020. I think that it would be a good sign to put our own house in order first. Thank you.
So I have a question on how this applies to things like, some people have what they call mother's helper, where they have the 16-year-old kid up the street come and sit with their baby for 3 hours so that the mom can take a shower, have a sanity break, maybe just run to Starbucks and be alone for a second. And we all know when you have young children, you're often pretty strapped for cash. And usually the 16-year-old up the street is quite happy to get $5, $6, $7 an hour just to come hang out. I think we used to hire the kid up the street when I had kids. We would put them to bed, and basically the kids were just there to make sure the house didn't burn down while my husband and I went and actually had a meal together sometimes. And my daughter's never done it, but she keeps fantasizing about doing a dog walking where she gets $5 to take somebody's dog walking for an hour. There's a solid microeconomy, I guess, in kids just wanting to earn a few extra bucks and people in the neighborhood paying them to pick weeds or whatever. I saw in one of the ones that was adopted, they said anybody who earns more than 2 hours, who works more than 2 hours a week. How would you address that? Because I think there is a need, both on the kids wanting to earn a few extra bucks doing something, and you know what I'm saying.
Well, I would say there are a number of challenges in the question that you pose. I think the first is that typically you're going to offer a wage that typically you'll offer a wage that will get the kid up the street to come and pick the weeds or watch the house. So that could be more of a demand negotiation, perhaps, situation with that particular individual. But I think the bigger issue here is that if there is a so-called underground economy, so these are sort of folks who are getting paid to do services, and those payments are not being reported appropriately. And there's some rather strict guidelines relative to how, folks who get paid more than, I think it's $600 a year.
No, I'm talking about children.
Yeah, no, but I mean, if it's the enforcement mechanism here is not, we're not a police force to go and, confirm that the kids at the lemonade stand are getting paid the minimum wage. If the council wants us to do that, we can explore that. I don't know how we would make it possible, but no, I don't know. This is the enforcement here is purely, as I've seen in other agencies, is on a complaint basis. So we have to educate the workers to say that you're entitled to a certain minimum wage, and if you aren't getting paid, then here's the process to file a complaint.
Didn't really answer my question, though. I really, to the letter of the law.
I mean, technically, that's probably a violation of the child labor laws. So
For a babysitter?
Yeah, based on the age. I mean, there are specific laws in the state of California limiting, when you can hire people and at what age, and you do have to pay minimum wages to those people if they are employees.
Glad I have a nanny then. As I say, it seems a little draconian.
Well, I mean, as Nick said, I mean, there is this kind of underground economy that people hire kids or pay kids to mow their lawn or, whatever. But that technically, if you are talking about whether that complies with the law, it's probably a violation of the law. I mean, I did it when I was a kid, and somebody probably violated the law in paying me to mow their lawn, but...
Okay. It talks about staff's going to use about 2,000 hours or about $250,000 to set this up. And then every year, it's going to be about $50,000 a year to maintain it. Since we do have a policy of recouping staff time, is that going to go through increased fees for business licenses, or how are we going to cover those costs?
So I'm not aware of a mechanism that would allow for cost recovery in this particular instance. The business license fee, any changes to that requires a vote of the people. So at this present time, I don't know how we would recover that cost.
So it will just be an ongoing extra cost for the city to do this. I don't understand how that works. I don't understand how we came up with that being a cost. Would we have that, because the cost is going up the minimum wage is going up anyway by the state. It's just we're moving it up a few years. Where is this cost coming from?
The cost comes from doing something different than what the state is already enforcing. So we have to produce our own notices, our own education campaign, and we have to figure out a mechanism for enforcement. And it's my understanding that the city of Redwood City and perhaps some other agencies have contracted with the city of San Jose to the tune of about $30,000 to provide for that enforcement. Now that's all negotiable. I'm just basing that on information that was available publicly. In the instance that one of the members of the public brought up, if we go to $15 in January of 2021 and then do CPI adjustments thereafter, we will perpetually be ahead of the state, unless the state takes a big jump. Assuming they keep their current policy, and we advance that and we do CPI adjustments, we will always need to have an enforcement mechanism as well as an education mechanism to ensure that our local minimum wage is adhered to.
Interesting. So if we put it through the way it's written right now, we won't, it's not like we're putting it in early so that we catch up to the state early. We'll always have a higher.
That's a policy decision. Based on my quick reference to Mayor Mueller's my quick research to Mayor Mueller's question, at first glance, I do not see that the city of Palo Alto has a CPI adjustment. The city of Redwood City does.
So if we don't, then we won't be paying the $50,000 a year per admin fees.
We will only pay it as long as our wage is different from the state's.
Okay. And you mentioned enforcement with the San Jose Office of Equity Assurance, which seems to make sense. Can we levy a fine if someone breaks, is found guilty of not paying correctly to cover the cost of that?
Yes, we can. I mean, a number of these ordinances, the Redwood City ordinance, which is attached to the staff report, or the draft ordinance, assuming it was adopted in the manner that's attached to the staff report, has an enforcement collection of the cost of enforcement from violators.
Okay. I want to do the right thing. I just don't want to end up having taxpayer dollars end up getting used in ways that could be more efficiently used. So I'm looking through my notes. I saw that the staff report said that Mountain View and San Mateo adopted this, and both of them stressed the importance of engaging with businesses, business associations, nonprofits, and local agencies. And actually, even though they themselves approved it, actually did encourage us to go through it in a thoughtful way as staff recommended. So I wish we could find a way of doing it in a timely way, but also making sure that we do proper outreach so that people feel heard and respected, and we do so. In particular, I have concern about the nonprofits. A lot of our nonprofits are barely squeaking by as it is, and the staff report talks about third-party research data illustrates that for nonprofit, raising it can actually impact their ability to do good in the community. And we don't want to have these unintended consequences where we're hampering the ability. Not all nonprofits are flush with cash. In fact, most aren't. And we want them to be able to do the good for the community that they're doing without slowing them down unnecessarily. So I actually do see ways that we can look at this and not just blanket that there are more things to consider. For example, the government employees. It actually says in the staff report, given the staff wages are subject to meet and confer negotiations with organized labor units and the mix that results in the compensation is extremely complex. The city should refrain from public discussions on the LMWO applying to local governments. But then it goes on and discusses it further about, as you were saying, the upward cascade effect, that we always try and keep that percentage between the areas, and when you start messing with it, it's like the butterfly effect. You start messing with it, and it knocks up to, you know, what is this, almost $500,000. And that's PERSable wages that it gets knocked up with the city. And we spend a lot of time looking at, when we're doing the labor negotiations, at every little detail and how things factor in and how we can provide as many benefits and as much as we can while keeping that from being PERSable. And I think that is too complex of something just to have a blanket change. So I understand why a lot of the cities are doing exclusions for nonprofits and for government. And according to the report, we can't do anything that does school because they're not within our legal ability to go there. And just looking through my notes. Oh, just weird question. We had people speaking earlier from the Carpenters Union as an example. If the Carpenters Union is based in Half Moon Bay and they go to Redwood City to do work, are the Carpenters Union paid the minimum wage from where their company is based or the minimum wage from where they're working?
I do not know the answer to that question. I apologize. However, typically trades are paid prevailing wages, if I'm not mistaken, which tend to be higher than minimum wage.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any issue with any of the union employees. Even the apprentices earn more than $15 an hour. But it is based on where the employer is. A McDonald's, the employer actually may be a corporate employer, but if the employee is working in Menlo Park, I think the way the ordinances are written, it would apply to that employee that is a permanent worker in Menlo Park. Somebody who is working, 4 hours in Menlo Park and a day in Redwood City because their employer has them working on different jobs, or they're driving a truck that's making a delivery in Menlo Park. It's not going to apply to that person.
Okay, so it wouldn't help people, for example, that are working on a new construction in Menlo Park, unless that company they work for was based in one of these cities.
I haven't looked at the ordinances that carefully, but I don't think it would.
Okay. I'm fine with all this. As I say, I do think that we need to look at nonprofit and we need to look at government services, because I think in both there's significant unintended consequences that can come forth that have been pointed out by other cities that have approved this that I think deserve further thought. But other than that, I'm okay. And I do also agree we need to do solid outreach to our business associations and small businesses. I have concerns about the people that they say they're not going to go out of business. They're going to raise their rates, and it's going to cause stress on their business. And I want to make sure that we speak to them. And are respectful of their needs and find out any ways that it might be available to address their needs. And I think that was what Mayor Mueller was referring to as well with the small businesses. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Nash and Mayor Mueller. My comments are similar to yours. I really appreciate you challenging the city to raise the wage sooner than later. And have a question, Nick. What's the living wage for San Mateo County? Is it $17 or $18 an hour?
If my recollection serves me correctly, there's a study or a calculator that's available on the UC Berkeley link that was provided in the staff report. And my recollection is for a family of 4, I believe the living wage was calculated like $23. San Mateo County's living wage ordinance is either $17 or $18, and that increases in July of 20. But the San Mateo County ordinance applies to contractors of the county. It doesn't. It doesn't apply, to my knowledge, to employers.
Okay. Okay. Well, I definitely support taking action now, and I am hopeful that in the future, when we look at doing any type of increase in wages, that we will start from the bottom up and not top down. So, thank you.
So if I may summarize the direction that I believe I hear from the majority of the council, council desires that staff return with a updated work plan that targets a minimum wage implementation citywide effect, or minimum wage implementation effective January 1 of 2020. We will need to, there is a desire, and I'm seeking consensus from the council relative to the level of outreach desired for nonprofits and small businesses. And how, so I want to confirm, is that what the council would like for staff to do?
I actually think there's less need for significant outreach because we're in a Me Too, we're lagging. And so I think that we're catching up. I think we definitely should do outreach, but I don't want to spend too many hours, staff hours on it, very honestly.
Through the mayor, did the representative of the small businesses or the businesses in general have any opinion on how much outreach might be needed as an expert in the area?
Ms. Dean?
I can't say how much outreach needs to be done. Certainly, outreach in particular to small businesses is definitely advisable. I think through the city's list of small businesses, of all businesses, all those with business licenses, it gives us a good start. I think the most important thing is to have them hear about it, to hear their responses, and make certain there's an awareness and an ability for them to respond. How long that takes, I think that staff probably has the best idea of how long it would take, either by mail as one aspect, because they certainly have mailing addresses. We don't have necessarily phone numbers that would go to the correct people for that communication. And we're lacking email lists, so we're hampered in one way of really doing pervasive outreach short of community meetings or going door to door. But door to door may be easier with small businesses than with the larger corporations or corporate entities. They may, in fact, be all above minimum wage or what we're envisioning as minimum wage. I think the area there to look at is their contract labor and what that labor is being paid. So there's a cascading effect that may be known in that environment different than small businesses.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I know I put you on the spot there, and I appreciate you coming up.
And thank you.
Certainly. Does that give you appropriate direction, or at least kind of point you in the right?
Yes. So We will return on June 4th with the updated work plan and estimates, timeframes, et cetera. We will target, we'll work backwards from sort of a council adoption date for an ordinance and figure out how much we can include or how much we can fit into that time period relative to outreach. With regard to research, I understand that the council is I'm asking for council's consensus that enough research has been done. We don't need to do a survey such as what City of Redwood City did. So is that the consensus of the council?
Generally, we don't have to do exactly. I don't believe we have to do Me Too on every city because we are different than Redwood City. But I think it's the research they had seemed quite solid. But I'm confused when we keep saying how far beyond we are. I thought there were only 4 cities in our county that have approved this so far.
I just learned this evening that South City should be added to the list, so 5.
Okay, so 5 out of 20. It's not too far behind. I think we're still leading the pack, being 6 out of 20.
Not Santa Clara County.
I was just going to say, you and I were at Mark Berman's roundtable a few months ago, at which point everybody was pleading that other cities catch up because they really, I don't know if you anyway, people
I don't know. In the staff
okay.
report,
anyway,
they're talking about San Mateo County. So
right,
that's
it
why
was
I
Santa Clara
just,
County there's a number of them. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just embarrassed that McDonald's pays more than the city of Menlo Park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Do we need a motion? Do you feel you have appropriate direction?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Okay, well, we can move on to the next item. Do we have any city managers report?
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, we do have one public comment on an information item.
I do apologize. Okay, we have a public comment on the annual review of TASER program. And our staff for that item, they are not here, but our public comment is Adina Levin.
Good evening, all and sundry. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and just wanted to comment briefly on this item. I did look at the staff report about, I'm glad to see that there is a report on the use of the tasers, and it reported that there were 2 incidents that seemed to be resolved in a reasonable manner. Which might lead us to conclude that things are okay with the use of tasers. However, given the overall background in San Mateo County, where there have been a couple of fatalities recently, it is my concern that things are not okay with the use of this weapons technology, and that there may very well be more items for the City Council to keep an eye on. And I am wondering whether there might be a need to look. So a sample of 2, Menlo Park is a small city, and there are not going to be that many incidents. So I'm wondering whether it might be possible to look a little bit more broadly. Do we have information available about a range of stops and then who winds up getting stops? One of the reasons why I come and talk about this is that I am not the person who is going to get stopped walking down the street or driving down the street. And if I do get stopped, I'm going to get nice, polite treatment. And I know that that is not the case for everyone in our community. So I would love to see review of who's getting stopped, why, and also about the patterns, potentially working with some of the other jurisdictions in our county and region about how the stops and how tasers and weapons are used, who they're used on, what situations in terms of behavior, what kinds of situations in terms of mental illness, and do we really have appropriate systems in place, or are there improvements that are needed? Given recent taser deaths, I have worries that we are not doing what we should be, and so would appreciate the city council keeping an eye out on what's happening here, and then also working with others in the county and the region to get that bigger picture about whether we need improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we can move to the next item for city manager reports.
I do not have a report tonight.
Okay, thank you. Are there any council member reports? Okay, well, we can officially adjourn the meeting.